Alrighty, good afternoon. We are live here at WillBrattonWx. We got a tornado warning going on in Illinois, so we're just going to jump right into things. Obviously, there's been a lot of action today. Things have significantly overperformed in a lot of different ways so far. We've had a lot of large hail that I definitely wasn't expecting. And we also had a very significant tornado up in Wisconsin that I also wasn't really expecting. But it did happen nonetheless. And we did know there was going to be some tornado risk today. I did not expect to get quite what we got in terms of that Appleton, Wisconsin storm. I know we have a lot of viewers from that area in Fond du Lac, so our thoughts are with them right now as they are going through quite the tough stretch here. But we do have a tornado warning in place that is going to be just west of Kankakee. This is going to include Iroquois and Kankakee counties here in Illinois. Very, very strong echo tops on this storm, indicating that we have a very, very tall storm. We've had a lot of action in the entire Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin region here over the last couple of hours, really, since about 11 a.m. Things have been very, very active. Okay, here we go. All right, so back up at Lake Winnebago's, that's where we had the that tornado. It was just on the north side of the lake up here. And it really just ripped through this whole area right around here, essentially, and eventually dissolved as it was over the lake, which is good, at least that it went over the lake and not continued through like Nina, for example. But really a devastating one up there. We're watching this cell near Kankakee start to wrap up pretty quickly here. You're going to watch this RFD continue to occlude that inflow, which is going to just create a more enhanced inflow jet here right through to just like around Bondfield near Limestone and Irwin. So we're just going to watch this RFD continue to pull around the backside, and it's going to enhance that inflow. That's why this storm has been tornado warned. It's not ready to put down a tornado yet, but it easily could be within the next couple of minutes here. We can see a very, very easy to spot and well-defined hook echo forming out on this storm. A very, very classic looking supercell in a lot of ways. But you can see that upper level flow is pretty strong out of the northwest associated with our ridge of fire, the ring of fire, excuse me, that's going on in the western half of the country that's bringing that really strong northwesterly flow. All that wind pulling mass down to the southeast, or rather pushing it down to the southeast. So a lot going on here today. I see a lot of familiar faces in the chat. We got Rain, we got Timothy Kaysen, we got Ben Chukasoba, and Calamity Jess out there. Calamity Jess saying, finally got word from my friend near Appleton. She and her family are okay. That is phenomenal news. As far as I know, there have been 0 fatalities reported, which is great. I don't know about injuries, but I do know that as of right now, or at least as of a few minutes ago, there were 0 fatalities reported. And I hope that's going to remain the trend here. We do have a storm chaser, Mikey Plemons, out in, he's in Indiana right now, northwestern Indiana to be specific. We could probably find him out here. Where'd he go? Here he is. Mikey is right up here in northwestern Indiana. He said he was headed up sort of towards Michigan City. I assume he's going to try and get eyes on this big old windbag that is over the lake really right now, and it's about to be headed back over to land, essentially. I did want to point out, by the way, that we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that has been on this storm that's producing that tornado warning for a little while now. That is going to be tagged for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail. Okay, so again, we do have pretty strong rotation here. I will say that most recent reflectivity scan doesn't look quite as impressive. We're going to get those velocities in just a second here. Should be about 5 seconds from now. If not, then about another 10 seconds after that. Here we go. Didn't get it. So about another 10 seconds, we're going to get that velocity update here. There it is. Okay, yeah, it definitely looks like things just kind of fell apart a little bit here, or at least became slightly less organized. But regardless, that inflow jet is still very much present. You can still see that notching very, very easily. Even if you're not a trained meteorologist or storm chaser, you can see that clear as day. So, again, this is Iroquois and Kankakee counties out here in the the eastern Illinois region, south of Chicago, is what I was trying to get to. So, a lot going on out here in terms of the severe weather threat today. We are looking at a very significant wind threat for very, very largely populated areas all around the country, all the way from even the mid-Atlantic back through the Ohio Valley and into the Midwest. So, all sorts of areas, even back into the Central Plains, could see some stronger storms out there. Also down in New Mexico and Arizona, especially southeastern-ish Arizona. So, see Adrian out there in the chat. You've heard no official news of injuries. There was one lightning fatality in Wisconsin. That's horrible, but also interesting. That's like, of all things that have happened today, you wouldn't expect that to be the cause, but that's horrible. I'm really saddened to hear that. Give me just a moment. Okay. Sam, good to see you in the chat. I hope you are doing well. Miss you too, brother. I'm going to see you guys real soon, though, as I am moving back to Starkville, like right after I get back in town from Scotland. So I leave town tomorrow for Scotland, and then I am coming right back. And literally, I will sleep here in St. Louis the day I get back from Scotland, and then get in the car the next morning to go down to Starkville. If you're in town, by the way, I'll need your help moving in. All right. Out in South Dakota, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This is not far from Rapid City, just to the east of town, where we are looking at some stronger winds, maybe a little bit of rotation in there too. But this is bringing 70-mile-per-hour winds at the surface. And I believe these were, no, these were not measured. Okay, so this is radar indicated here. There's a lot of boundary shenanigans going on, which could lead to some mesoscale interaction, capable of a spin-up tornado or something like that out here, but more of a wind risk than anything else in South Dakota and Nebraska today. And then our only other significant storm of the moment right now is the storm down here near Kankakee. We are going to get another update on those velocities in just a minute here. Sam saying, been a lot of issues all month that needed my attention. Hopefully soon I can focus more. Oh, that's okay. That stuff's always optional. We're going to get, there it is. There's that velocity update here. So it looks like that RFD is kind of continuing to swing down. You'll notice its orientation as this separating line essentially between your RFD and your inflow has really changed in its orientation here, becoming a lot more north to south oriented, which is kind of what this storm will need. So that RFD continuing to wrap up, the storm really trying to get organized here. Definitely a continued threat capable of producing a tornado over the next few minutes. So it's one that we're going to want to pay very, very close attention to here. Local news reporting it was a 29-year-old tree trimmer who was still working for some reason when the tree he was in got struck. Yeah, that's horrible. I hate to hear that. Really, really tough one to hear. But obviously, you know, there's a lot of destruction right now in Appleton and Neenah, and a bunch of other areas too that have just been smacked with crazy winds. We had an extremely dangerous situation, destructive severe thunderstorm with up to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts not long ago, not terribly far from Chicago. We had another possible tornado that looked like there was a brief CC drop in there near Chicago as well. So there's been a lot of stuff going on. So we just, always are hoping that everybody is okay with all of that. And hopefully we don't have any more injuries or fatalities that we'll come to learn of. Yeah, that was a PDS tornado in Appleton. To be quite honest with you, that probably was worthy of a tornado emergency. We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois here. I'm guessing it's going to be for Lake Station area. We're going to find out here in a minute. Yeah, okay. We will find that out in just a moment. Or actually, that's on the Indiana side of the border. What am I even yapping about? It's got to be the one here near Chicago. Looks like possibly we are looking at some very stronger winds here near Niles and Lincolnwood. You can see that outflow boundary of this storm really kicked out right around through here. So we got really strong winds starting to push out in this direction through Chicago. So I'm gonna guess that's what we're looking at, but it still hasn't updated for me yet. To be determined if we're gonna get that considerable there. Nope, it was a downstream. Okay, I thought it said upgrade. Clearly, I can't read, and it said a new one. So we do have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning downstream on our supercell near Kankakee right now. That one is going to include just down through Iroquois County, or Iroquois. Honestly, I have no idea how to pronounce that, but a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, golf ball size hail, 60 or 70 mile per hour winds possible with that guy. And that is going to be the continued trend for a lot of this evening here. Very, very significant wind producing storms, maybe a couple embedded tornadoes. I don't think we're going to have much of a supercell mode. We've had more of one today than I ever had imagined this morning, to be honest with you. I'm a little disappointed in my forecast this morning for not taking a look at the soundings out of Green Bay and Chicago and even like Detroit, for example. I mean, I should have looked at all of those soundings, but most of them weren't in yet. But I could have delayed the video just a little bit to take a look at that. But the modeled environment certainly didn't look like this was going to happen. Yeah, still watching out here near Irwin right now, where things are starting to tighten up a little bit. We could easily see a tornado form within the next maybe 10 to 15 minutes, potentially even sooner than that. Again, in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, we do still have Mikey Plemons, who's out there in northwestern Indiana, not far from Michigan City. We can get a visual on where he's at. He is right over here near Westville, or Valparaiso, home of a nice meteorology program at a university out there. So again, this is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning on the map right now. It is also our only tornado warning on the map. But out in Indiana, for a lot of very populated areas like Muncie and headed towards Indianapolis, we are looking at a very, very large cluster of storms here that could organize and become a little bit more of a Boeing segment. And that one's going to be producing a lot of 60 mile per hour winds and maybe some small hail in there near like Carmel or Fishers. Generally, this is more of a wind threat than anything else. All of these are really just tagged with 60 mile per hour winds, I believe. I don't think any of these even have a hail threat, or a couple of them do have a hail threat tagged onto them. Just 1-inch hail. Nothing significantly damaging by any stretch, but our main area of concern most certainly is going to be out here in Kankakee. We did get an upgrade on that severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to assume that is the one in Chicago. There it is. So that one did get upgraded now for actually golf ball sized hail. So that's interesting. Perhaps it's for the stuff right here near Evanston, but I don't think that's really going to come over land. But possibly another supercellular structure trying to form here near Lake Zurich or Buffalo Grove. So that's going to be one that we need to pay very close attention to, as it is in fact over land here, as that's the edge of Lake Michigan. And this storm's just going to kind of continue to ride along this direction, eventually between Naperville and Chicago. So we're going to need to keep a close eye on that one here. Anything that can become supercellular in this environment could pose some problems. Again, I don't think the environment is really that incredibly conducive for tornadoes, at least from my analysis this morning, anyway. But back up in Green Bay, for example, the sounding that we got at 12Z was pretty insane. Do I think it'll get bad again like it was this morning? Honestly, I don't think it's going to get as, I don't think we're going to be as high of a ceiling as we were earlier this afternoon. And really from like 11 a.m. Central through maybe 2 p.m. or so, we were looking at a lot of destructive storms on the map. There was a point where we had like 4 different destructive storms on the map. Plus, obviously, we had a large and extremely dangerous tornado in Appleton, Wisconsin. So we're going to get it looks like maybe we already did get an update on our velocities here. Yeah, we did. So still watching very, very clean inflow coming into the storm here. You can literally see it wrapping on up just like that, essentially, where you have that RFD pulling around to the backside and you got good, clean inflow. Keep in mind, the amount of moisture at the low levels is pretty ridiculous out here. I mean, in St. Louis yesterday, we had heat index of around like 126 or something like that at like 5 p.m. It was literally ridiculous. Unlike anything I've experienced in quite some time. It was miserable out there. The storm northwest of Chicago got a wall cloud report. That does not surprise me. It looks like it's really starting to become supercellular here, getting organized quickly. I don't think this one's going to be ready to put down a tornado anytime soon. Rotating scud visible on drone footage. Interesting. So you know it's legit. All right, why is my METAR not loading? See if I can switch radar sites, if it'll pull up for me. But we got a lot of, there we go. So just west of where this cell is, we have 91 over 80. That is genuinely insane. Bloomington, we're looking at a 93 over 79. This is literally insane. There's an unbelievable amount of moisture in this environment. Even Joliet, where these storms just rolled through, 75 over 75. I mean, this is literally ridiculous. Near Champaign, south of where this storm is at and where it's headed, 87 over 79. So upper 70s, even into low 80s dew points. Literally insane. There's an unbelievable amount of moisture in this environment. So one thing that you will notice, though, is that those surface winds are not incredibly conducive. However, down near Bloomington, for example, you are seeing some areas where perhaps those winds haven't quite been contaminated yet by any other storms. So those areas are still looking at winds at 15 knots coming out of the southwest. And that would be literally ideal for this storm, essentially. So definitely a very concerning situation with some of these storms. We could easily be looking at the potential for this cell, if it can remain discrete, to produce another tornado, or to produce a tornado in general, perhaps even an EF2 or so tornado, if it can really get organized, as there's just so much moisture. I don't know exactly what the shear environment's looking like at the moment, though. The heat in North Texas has been miserable here too. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Tough weather. Good to see you in the chat. Yeah, it looks like things are starting to uptrend even more here. So I think we could easily be looking here at tornado genesis somewhat soon, right near Irwin or just to the west of Chabans. There are a lot of severe thunderstorms in general around the U.S. right now. We have one back into Michigan. This one is not far from Vanderbilt, Michigan. It's going to include 60, and it's headed towards Atlanta, Michigan. It's going to include 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. What else do we have? There's a severe thunderstorm in Colorado right now, north of Grand Junction. That's a smaller cell producing just some small hail, little pop-up storm out there. Out in Jersey, we're looking at a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, even one right near New York City, just to the north of. And that one's capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, some small hail in there as well. Near South Plainfield, we're looking at another 60-mile-per-hour and 1-inch hailstorm. And then down near Hamilton, yet another one, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Again, this is going to be more of a wind event than anything else today. And then finally, we have some out in Pennsylvania. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail on all of those as well. In fact, we do have one in Nebraska right now. We just had a storm, I think, sneak into the Nebraska panhandle. Look at this outflow boundary that is forming here. I'm going to pull some more frames back. We're going to take a look at this from the Goodland radar unit because this is ridiculous. This ring around the storm here is a perfect 360-degree ring of outflow. That's all going to be centered around this storm here near Hale, it looks like. So as we go as far back in time as I can get, that's as far as it's going to take me. So we can watch that outflow just really plume out in all directions. Right around this storm here, it's just going to push out in all directions. Really, really impressive and photogenic radar imagery there. But in Nebraska, out near Hamlet and Winetta, looking at another storm capable of 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail in there as well. We even have a couple of storms in random places like out in Georgia right now, where we have some stronger winds with that storm. That one's same thing, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And some small hail in there. But again, our number one concern is the Kankakee storm, where we don't have, I don't think we have the newest velocity scan, or actually we just don't even have the newest radar scan in yet. We're probably going to get that in just a second here, though. But yeah, the rotation really upticking here a little bit. And if this will wrap up at all, even just a little bit more, if this is just going to wrap right around here, we could easily be looking at a tornado coming out of this one soon. It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen with this rotation here, as it is literally just continuing to uptrend by the scan. So I do think we easily could see tornado genesis here soon. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens on whether or not this couplet is going to pull itself back out ahead of some of these precipitation targets that are coming back into things here. If we're going to get more of a rain wrap scenario, if we did, that would be kind of in this region. If we were going to get that more rain wrapped scenario, but to be determined if we're going to be able to get this storm to hook out a little bit further. And that original considerable severe thunderstorm warning was lifted. So we do still have the one up in Chicago for Cook and DuPage counties. And we did have a wall cloud report near Mount Prospect or Palatine or Rolling Meadows. All right, we did get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was just put in place on the back end of this storm, where the original one had just faded away a second ago. This storm has been rolling very, very slowly down towards the southeast here. I think our storm motion is really going to pick up as we go later into the evening, though. So that's going to be something we have to pay attention to. But this considerable is tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball sized hail still in there as well. There's a little bit of a hail core right near Kankakee potentially. See if we can get a better picture on it here. Yeah, you can see some of those magentas getting lofted decently high here. Actually, close to what 35,000 feet, maybe close to 40,000 feet or so. So definitely a pretty strong storm here, but not a super robust looking hail core. Now, keep in mind that this scan we're seeing is a couple scans ago. So you're going to notice here at the surface, or at the lowest tilt angle anyway, we have a lot more magenta in the mix here on the most recent radar scan. And as we go high, there's a lot more magenta at every single level. So those are your 60 dBz values essentially that you're seeing there. But on radar, there we go. Now we have the latest scan. So you can see that hail core is pretty rapidly developing actually. So definitely getting targets of 60 dBz or higher, upwards of 60 or 30,000 feet, excuse me. Still looking at a relatively strong storm. You can literally see the bottom of that hail core, which is kind of crazy, where some of those hailstones might be falling out of that hail shaft. So that's pretty interesting. Literally looks like a cone. We have a hail cone on the map, or in our volumetric scan anyway. Hail wedge. How about that? Obviously, that is not a tornado. That is just a radar artifact there. Rotation still looks to be maybe uptrending slightly here. It did broaden out just a touch, but it is still just as strong on the latest scan. So again, if we were going to see a tornado, it would be just north of Clifton. It would probably happen relatively soon. And it would probably be rain wrapped. And that tornado warning was just shrunken down just a touch. So it's now still just going to include Iroquois or Iroquois. Iroquois. I don't know. Not sure exactly how to pronounce that county name. Either way, this tornado warning is still in place here, where we do have pretty strong rotation, still right near Clifton, just to the north of Clifton here, near Chabanzi or Chibans. It's okay. It's Shabance. Got it. It's Shabance. Okay. All right. This is right near Shabance and just north of Clifton. So we could easily be looking at a tornado soon with this storm. It's one we got to continue to pay close attention to. You're going to notice in this storm, it's most likely going to be fully rain wrapped if we get a tornado, as it would happen kind of right in here. So it would be definitely pretty rain wrapped. It does look like we still have very strong and clean inflow here. You're going to notice a lot of targets going in towards the radar unit, moving towards the north here. So to me, it looks like this storm still has a lot of inflow coming into it. You can see that RFD very clearly established with those red targets there that are coming away from the radar unit. And keep in mind, the radar unit is off to the north, out in that direction. It's obviously off the screen here. It's up here. There's your radar unit. Looks like Mikey has got a crazy shelf cloud. It appears that he's going to be showing us soon. So whenever we get that, I'm gonna put that on screen for you guys. Again, he's in northwestern Indiana right now. I apologize for all the typing. Okay. So, again, Mikey Plemons out there. Let's take a look at where exactly he is right now. See if I can find him. Here he is. First try. How about that? So he's southbound right now, and he's got a crazy Boeing segment actually. That's a cluster of storms here in MCS that has really started to bow out, I should say. It really wasn't bowing quite like this earlier. It was a lot more clustered, but it looks like we are bowing pretty hard down to the south here. And Mikey is literally just south of this. He's going to turn around and have a crazy view on it in a little while. And we did get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning for the considerable severe thunderstorm warned storm back near Chicago. Again, still watching the tornado warning to the south of Kankakee. This rotation is still present. We're probably going to get a new warning on this storm soon. The original warning has 5 minutes left. The most recent scan did downtrend in that VROT, which is just essentially how fast are those winds rotating. It's Iroquois County. Okay, got it. No, I'm not in Scotland yet. Okay, yeah, definitely downtrending here. So that rotation really starting to fade away over the last 2 scans. We're going to see if it will completely fall apart or not. Yeah, Weather Wisdom and just here. Good to see you guys. I leave for Scotland tomorrow. So this is going to be our last broadcast for a little while. Yeah, this tornado warning, unless it starts to magically uptrend, it looks like we've basically started to include our inflow a little bit on the back end here. You're going to notice not really a ton of inflow on the back end, or essentially not a lot of targets being wrapped around into that RFD on the back end of this storm. Your inflow region has also been really consumed with stratiform rain here, so a lot of contaminated inflow for the storm as well. There's a lot of things that are probably going to lead to its demise here, which would be ideal. It has 3 minutes remaining on this tornado warning. If the next radar scan continues to downtrend, we're not going to see a new warning on this, which would be great news. Let's see, just here 122nd. In case I don't get the chance to say it later, I pray you have safe travels and a blast while you're there. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I do very much appreciate that. What is 21Z doing over central Illinois? Definitely won't happen. The 21Z, are you talking about like the 21Z her or something like that? 2026 was building up towards the Appleton tornado. Yeah, in some type of way, yeah. That was it seemed like a very devastating tornado out there. I mean, that damage, some of those images that have been rolling out of Wisconsin have been really, really devastating looking. And that debris ball was just terrifying. Should get a new update on our velocity couplet here, and it's most likely going to be fully falling apart, and this tornado warning will be allowed to expire. Most likely. Should be about like 5 seconds from now. Should get that update. Okay, it didn't fully fall apart here. It did. Interesting. It looks like it did downtrend a little bit, but that it did not fully fall apart. But what you'll notice is that your RFD looks to be kind of occluded here. So this is your red area essentially where your RFD is wrapping around the storm. So those are winds coming away from the radar unit. So you're looking at winds coming in like this essentially, where you have that red arrow or that red area. But this green behind it is all targets that are moving away towards the radar unit. Excuse me. So it looks like your RFD here has been kind of cut off essentially. So this is probably going to continue to fall apart. The 21Z her. Okay, I got you. Yeah, the her has not handled this event very well at all. Neither has the NAM really. Nothing has handled this event well. Do I anticipate the severe weather to be done in Wisconsin? We've had a rough day here. That's a great question. I mean, I think most likely you're pretty much done. I know it's been a really tough day in Wisconsin in general. Obviously we had a very significant tornado that rolled through there not terribly long ago. And it, that was really bad near Appleton. It's possible we see a random stray storm, especially like back towards central and southeastern Wisconsin. But in general, I'm not expecting it. Most likely, I think we're going to be done. And our tornado warning has been allowed to expire, by the way. We'll see if we're going to get a new one eventually here as this area of rotation continues to downtrend a little bit. We're going to see if somehow it can magically reestablish itself and survive. But you'll notice this RFD here really starting to get kind of cut off from things, which is your red area here really starting to get cut off with that inflow, or not the inflow, my goodness, with those winds coming around the backside of the updraft, essentially. Struggling to do this whole English thing today. Yeah, no tornado threat with this at the moment. It could still recycle and produce a new tornado threat, but right now, no tornado threat with this one. And these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings were also just downgraded. So still capable of producing some small hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But in general, it looks like this storm is beginning to fall apart as I think that updraft has kind of collapsed. You'll notice this storm still has plenty of inflow, but I think this RFD here is just kind of completely fallen apart, which implies to me that our updraft has completely collapsed. Struggling to do English. Good thing Scotland's in here. Yeah, right. Can't understand anything they say. I love Scottish people. Part of why the models have been doing so poorly so far as the budget cuts? Not exactly. The models have been doing poorly because we don't have enough weather balloons being launched. Not really because of cuts of money for personnel. And I do think that is an issue too. But I don't think that's necessarily contributing to the issue going on. It's more of the lack of weather balloons being launched with lack of personnel type of deal. I mean, I guess I'm kind of saying the same thing as you, but in a slightly different way. I will say our couplet, if it can reestablish it, has moved itself out of that precipitation region, or at least a little bit more out of it than it was before. Yeah, I mean, If that RFD can reestablish itself, this thing could recycle and easily become tornadic again. But definitely no immediate tornado threat. Scotland also speaks English. Yes, I know, but they speak a very a very Scottish English. Okay, I'm gonna go big cam with Mikey here as he has got an incredible view in northwestern Indiana right now. Just really breathtaking view. Beautiful shelf cloud, and keep in mind it's the middle of the day. It's 5 p.m. right now. Sun is high, or at least relatively high in the sky, and it is dark. It is really dark out there. And in the background here, you're gonna see as I'm gonna go. Whoops. I'm gonna find Mikey here. Here he is. So on the bottom of your screen, you're gonna see where Mikey is. He's right between Couts and La Crosse in northwestern Indiana, and he's looking north. So he was kind of running from this storm and turned around to give us a beautiful view on it. So Mikey's out there with just an incredible view. Model said the MCS was going to go to southern Indiana. It didn't, and the SPC fell for the trap. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. At least struggling with English, they'll think you're a native. Yeah, right? Just got to talk really fast. Yeah, still watching Mikey here in the bottom. What happened to his feed? Why does this keep happening? There we go. There's Mikey's feed. Still a really gorgeous shelf cloud out there. And you can see possibly some of those aquamarines on the right-hand side of your screen. Some of that green starting to sneak in there in that rain shaft where you could definitely be looking at a little bit of a hail core in the background there. I'm going to move Mikey back down to the bottom left for a second and see if we can't get a little bit of a picture on where we could be seeing a little bit of hail in this storm. Not terribly far from where Mikey's at. Yeah, we definitely could be seeing a little bit of hail in there. You can see a pretty well-sheared updraft, actually, as off over here. Like this area is where Mikey is at, and he's looking this direction. So on the right-hand side, here, I'll look at basically here's from Mikey's point of view. So Mikey's down in this area, and he's looking to, or maybe he's a little more like this, I think. And he's looking northbound, right? So on the right-hand side of his screen, especially, you're seeing some of those blues and greens getting mixed in there, where you've got that hail core, a very well-sheared environment here. You can see a very tilted updraft, strong winds aloft that are bringing things southbound, which is going to lead to that Boeing segment that we're looking at right now. So a strong storm out here. Mikey is kind of right there on it. We can put him back in the top right, or the top left-hand corner of your screen, I should say. And you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, just like I showed you a second ago, we are looking at some purples, or not some purples, excuse me, some greens and blues getting into the mix there. I am checking in on the storm back near Chicago, by the way. It doesn't look very threatening. Just wanted to give a quick update on that. Just a crazy view Mikey's giving us here, and perhaps some sort of a lowering going on, as we do have rotation in this storm. I didn't think it looked like enough to potentially be tornadic, but Mikey might kind of have something here. You'll notice on the northeastern side of this Boeing segment, we've got a little bit of an inflow notch coming in there. And that is pretty typical for these random rear inflow jet mesoscale type of features. It does happen decently often. So it wouldn't surprise me to see this potentially produce a spin-up tornado. If we did get one, it wouldn't be like what we had in Appleton, most likely. But and obviously that's good news. Apparently, there's this storm out here near Macomb, as maybe a little cumulus bubble to keep an eye on. Nothing really concerning right this second. But I do want to continue to stay with Mikey here. And again, he's the big picture in the top left of your screen, as he's pretty close to being right within the bear's cage in this storm, basically. I'm going to show where he's at. So at the bottom of your screen here between Couts and Lacrosse, that is where Mikey is in that white circle. And he is going to turn tail and gain some more ground on this thing as it's closing in on him very, very quickly. So we're going to move him back down to the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You can follow along with Storm Chaser Mikey Plemons. Give him a follow on all platforms if you haven't done that already. South of Chicago and south of Kankakee, we are still looking at a little rotation trying to recycle here. And it does actually look like this storm is reorganizing itself a little bit. It's not the most impressive looking supercell here. But just east of Ashcombe, we do have some rotation definitely present. And you can see that inflow notch in there just a little bit. It's kind of a baby notch. But we're looking at some rotation in there for sure. RFD is kind of a lacking here. Apparently, there's a new mesoscale discussion out. And Summer Dragoness, I know you've had a very long day. We have, I know you're one of our viewers out in basically around Lake Winnebago. We have a lot for some reason. a lot of people around Lake Winnebago seem to like what we're doing here, but I know it's probably been a really tough day out there. I don't know why this keeps happening with our chaser feeds. They like to restart for some reason. I don't know what causes that, but Tyler, good to see you in the chat. Michelle, you as well. I'm honestly kind of surprised that there is a new mesoscale discussion out here in Wisconsin. I think we could definitely get a couple pop-up storms, but I don't really expect anything crazy. All right, we just had an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So that's going to be out in South Dakota, just to the east of Rapid City. We're now looking at a very, very strong storm here with up to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm going to guess that this was measured. Nope, not measured. Okay. So just very, very confident in 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm. You can see very, very clearly here where you've got that outflow boundary essentially along this storm, producing some very, very strong winds as it is rolling towards Kadoka. And it's just past Phillip, eventually maybe headed towards Nowlin. So a destructive severe thunderstorm warning is in place. It's not tagged for any hail at all, although there probably could be some hail near interior here. Definitely some small hail possible in there, maybe up to $half sized. Yeah, most certainly. You see some of those silvers and grays getting mixed in there on the right-hand side of your screen. Still have the considerable severe thunderstorm warning south of Kankakee. Where again, this storm could recycle and try to produce a tornado, but I think it's pretty unlikely as it's really struggling to get good RFD winds established in there now. Lorian tuning in live from the Sure Willie down in Starkville. Actually, looks like the latest scan here, maybe that RFD is starting to get reestablished. So this might be something we need to pay attention to. South of Kankakee and near Ashcombe or Pitwood, kind of right in the middle there. Connor Croft with the raid. Very much appreciative of that. Good to see you, my friend. I didn't know that you were live. I would have tuned into your chat at some point. Very much appreciate that. Good to see you out there. I can't wait for you to be back in the field, man. Like in full force after your surgery. Man, big time raid from Connor. So really, really appreciate that. And it's good to see a lot of new faces. Of course, we're out here covering severe weather in its entirety, as we do have a couplet that looks like it might try to reestablish itself with a somewhat disorganized supercell that's trying to reestablish an RFD and become tornadic again. So one we're going to pay close attention to. Again, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota for Hacken and Jackson counties east of Rapid City near Phillip and Kadoka. That one producing up to 80-mile-per-hour winds out here. So a handful we have to pay attention to. And in the bottom left-hand corner, you're taking a look at Mikey Plemons, who's out there in northwestern Indiana with a crazy shelf cloud. It's really good to see so many familiar faces out there, man. A lot of new faces as well. I appreciate everybody tuning in. And Connor, I really obviously appreciate the raid. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah, I see some familiar faces and some new faces for sure tuning in. That's awesome. No, I can't see your face. I don't know. Maybe I can. Maybe I got 4 monitors. Maybe on one of them I'm watching everybody. You never know. Yeah, I know a lot of folks weren't expecting me to be live today. This is my last day being live before I go to Scotland for about a week, and then I'll be back in full force in August, in later into August, especially like not later, the end of the first week of August, like the 6th or so. I will be back in action, maybe around the 7th, even the 8th. Somewhere by then we'll be back. But going to Scotland and then moving in my new apartment. All right, we did get a new considerable downstream of the supercell that we've been watching for quite some time that had the tornado warning earlier. Still for 70-mile-per-hour winds, up to tennis ball-sized hail, actually, this has been upgraded to. I didn't notice that a moment ago. So we were watching that hail core uptrend a little bit earlier, and we can take another look at it here. You can see we're lofting those 60 dBz values upwards of 40,000 feet now. So definitely a very strong storm out here. Definitely capable of producing some larger hailstones, maybe on the order of around tennis ball sized hail. Connor, thank you so much for the raid, dude. I really appreciate it. It's good to see you back in the chat as well. Really can't wait to honestly, I really can't wait to see you back in the field like fully after your surgery, man. I'm super excited for it. And for other big things that you've got coming. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's always W. Connor Crofts in the chat. Always. Yeah, what up, Brady? We got all sorts of people out in the chat. Brady Harris, Stormcat 5 tuning in. Not always. Wait, Brady, why do you think it's not always W. Connor Croft? Talk some smack, bro. Who is Stormcat 5? No, that's crazy, bro. I wouldn't. I don't expect the who is Brady Harris comment. That's funny. Nah, Brady's awesome, dude. He does really good coverage. Still watching Mikey in the bottom left, by the way. I mean, it literally is like pitch black out there. He is right in front of the rain shaft of the storm. You can see he was kind of panning the camera around behind him there, and you can see. Oh, I guess he was zoomed in. Okay, he was way zoomed in. I was like, geez, I didn't realize how close up it got on him there. Yeah, I'm really concerned about the rotation continuing to uptick here. Now, what we're going to pay attention closely to is how your inflow notch here is pretty wide, essentially. So, your area for that inflow to come in, if that RFD can really start to pull itself around and squeeze that inflow down even just a little bit more, we could be looking at a tighter inflow region. It's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. That mass has to go somewhere. The laws of physics, it just happened. So, we're definitely going to be looking at potentially a new tornado warning here. It seems anyway. Um, if this next velocity scan that's about to come in just a minute here continues to uptrend, we're definitely going to be looking at the potential for a new tornado warning. As this one is definitely beginning to hook out again. That RFD definitely very well reestablished here. You can see very clear as day where you've got it going. We should get that velocity update in just about literally 2 seconds. Hopefully. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're probably going to get a tornado warning here, maybe on this scan or the next scan here. So, whoops, I don't know how to draw a straight line. So, we're looking at very strong inflow coming into this storm, plenty of moisture in this environment. Storm is surface-based enough, and then you're watching this RFD start to get wrapped on around to the backside here, squeezing off your inflow. We can take a little bit of a cross-section in this storm as well. Or I guess we can't because I don't have the latest scan on my cross-section. So, that's fine. I might have to make do. See if I can make it work anyway. Yeah, that's just not going to happen. Okay, I'm going to have to wait a minute to give you a look at our bounded weak echo region, but we definitely have a bounded weak echo region here. A very, very strong storm out here in eastern Illinois, south of Kankakee, eventually going to be headed towards the border of Indiana and Illinois as it continues down to the south and southeast. So zooming out on the map a little bit, this is kind of where we are at, and could easily be looking at a new tornado threat developing with that storm over the next few minutes. All right, we're still looking at a destructive storm out here in South Dakota, by the way, near Hacken and Jackson counties, near Kadoka. So still one that we got to pay close attention to. Looks like maybe even an uptrend in some of those winds as well. This one is tagged for 80-mile-per-hour winds, and at around 4,700 feet or so, it looks like we're getting a little bit of a surge going on here where we might see some rear inflow jet action, and as a result, a little bit of bowing that could happen here. We'll get more of this shape starting to push out with this storm. We could easily be looking at some stronger wind gusts in there. But Illinois is definitely looking pretty concerning to me. I do think that a tornado warning is definitely possible here over the next scan or two, as you've got pretty clean inflow coming into this storm, a very well-established RFD, and that inflow is somewhat pinched off. It's not incredible, but it's getting there. I love the Connor and Brady beef going on in the chat right now. This is incredible. This storm is eventually headed towards Benton County, by the way. That's what we're looking at, towards Wellington, Milford, and Stockland, Woodland, Woodworth, this whole area. Eventually, or Benton County, I think, is actually the Indiana side of the border, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I'm pretty surprised, to be honest with you, that we didn't get a tornado warning on this radar scan here. But I think we will on the next one. Look at this. We got echo tops peaking above 60,000 feet now. So this is a very, very strong storm. I will say the most recent scan doesn't look quite as impressive, perhaps, in terms of our reflectivity anyway. Eat some haggis in Scotland? Honestly, I don't even know what that is. Okay, we should probably be looking at a tornado warning on this. Wow. Keep in mind that when we take a look at our METAR values here, what you're going to notice is that it is hot and wet. I mean, we have like 70 degree, 82 degree dew points in the general vicinity. In Kankakee, where this storm just rolled through, those dew points and temperatures have dramatically fallen off, right? But ahead of this storm, you're still looking at 84 over 81. To the west near Bloomington, 92 over 77. Near Pontiac, 93 over 82. So this is a very, very, very moist environment here. A lot to work with for this storm. I'm honestly pretty surprised this hasn't been tornado warned. There must be something that we don't know. There it is.
A new tornado warning.
Okay, so there's that tornado warning now in place here. Again, we're still watching Mikey in the bottom left. I have to keep refreshing his stream for some reason. It just is being a big pain. He's in northwestern Indiana, but we did get a new tornado warning put in place on this storm here in Illinois, eastern Illinois specifically. Let me clean up the map a little bit. So we are south of Kankakee. There's Kankakee, and here is the storm of concern. We're to the northwest of Lafayette, northeast of Paxton in Indiana and Illinois, respectively. Mikey Plemons in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. He's out there in northwestern Indiana right now. He's not horribly far from this storm, actually. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't dive and go for it. Here's Mikey in the middle of your screen here. I know the text is really small to see, but this is where Mikey is, right in the middle of this storm. So it looks like it kind of caught up to him. He's just going to have to ride out those winds for a little while. So you can follow along with him in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. In general, we're looking at a very strong storm here. This is just to the northeast of Crescent City, northwest of Watseka, and southwest of Pittwood. Okay. It looks like in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, I'm actually going to large camera this. There's a car on fire. I don't know where exactly. This is near Chicago, actually. This is really close to where Mikey is, actually. This is right near Merrillville, and it looks like it's a smart car that tried to drive through flooded waters and is now in a raging flame in the middle of the road here. We're literally watching emergency response respond to this right now. We're literally watching a fire truck try to extinguish this fire right now. We're still going to keep tabs on the tornado warning in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, by the way. And I'm going to continue to have updates on that, but we're going to continue to watch this emergency response here to literally a blazing flame with what appears to be a smart vehicle that tried to drive through a flooded roadway. And again, this is near Merrillville in Indiana. So south of Gary. This is not terribly far from Chicago. This is a pretty populated area. And look at all that black smoke getting in there now. This is a pretty big time fire. It looks like the fire truck just got there and is probably moments away from starting to hose that down. You can see all sorts of emergency response in the area. This is crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen this exact type of thing on a traffic camera before. I've seen, accidents and things like that, but not exactly like this. This is very odd. Our rotation does look like it ever so slightly downtrended. Essentially, it just broadened out a tiny bit. It looks like maybe that inflow slowed down just a touch. Still a concerning cell here capable of producing a tornado, though. So we got to keep tabs on it, which we will continue to do in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. There we go. There's that. Oh my gosh, we got a raindrop right in the middle of the camera at an inconvenient time. But we're watching the firefighters out there in Merrillville putting this out right now in real time, right in front of us. This is actually insane. Again, this is Merrillville, Indiana, where it looks like a smart car drove into flooded roadways. Something happened. Maybe it short circuited or something like that, and it just exploded into flames. So I hope that nobody was injured inside of it. I mean, I hope no one was inside of it at all. I'm sure somebody had to have been. I don't think they can operate without a human being in the vehicle, but um, this is crazy. It looks like they are just moments away from getting that fire fully extinguished. There, you can see the firefighters right up face to face with that flame. That's pretty cool to see their bravery on display. Obviously, first responders are unbelievably important in meteorology, so it's cool. It's kind of cool to see them in action. Obviously, it's horrible that this happened, though, and I hope that nobody was injured in this. It doesn't seem like anybody was. There was not really a big rush to try and get people out of the vehicle. It seemed like it was more of a we just need to put out this fire. But definitely a really concerning situation here in Merrillville, Indiana. But yeah, shout out to the firefighters and first responders out there that have taken care of this. And that flame is still going. By the way, it's mostly gone, but still going. You can see it, perhaps the roadway isn't fully flooded as that cop car just flew right through there for some reason. It does look like that flame is pretty much fully extinguished now. So that is good news. As that Amazon truck was kind of blocking our view for a second, but huge W's in the chat for the emergency response team out there. The Merrillville Fire Department, I'm going to assume, is who responded to this call. So really, really awesome stuff from them to get that taken care of. But man, that was certainly interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen something quite like that before. Like I said, on traffic cameras, you see accidents and things like that all the time. But that was something. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen that before, quite like that. So I really hope that no one was injured out there. Again, this is Merrillville, Indiana, that we're looking at. And it looks like that flame is fully put out. We're going to move that back down to the bottom left-hand corner of the screen so that you can stay with it for a little while here. And then we're going to go back to Mikey Plemons, who's out there in northwestern Indiana as well. He's not far from where this fire just happened, but he's kind of riding out that storm out there right now. Not a ton to show on his screen, just a lot of windshield wiping. I am monitoring him on my screen as well, so that you guys can keep a close, or so that I can keep a close eye on him and show you guys whatever he's seeing. My goodness, I'm really struggling with the whole English thing today. So I can show you guys whatever he's seeing if he gets anything that we need to take a quick look at. Again, we're still looking at pretty strong rotation out here near Crescent City and Watsika. This is going to continue to move on towards the south, towards areas like Woodland. That rotation, perhaps not quite as strong as it was before. I will say we may actually have a tornado. We don't have that velocity scan in just yet. We should get it in just a second here, or about 5 seconds. And then perhaps if we're co-located with that velocity couplet, it's possible we'd be looking at a tornado, depending on how this shifts here. We still don't have that couplet yet. Okie dokie. Here we go. This should give it to us now. Okay, I'm just getting pranked. We're just not going to get the updated velocity scan, I guess. But there's potential that we could have a tornado on the ground here. This is not a very okay. It's not screaming at me. It's possible, but I wouldn't confirm this, I don't think. But it's definitely possible that we have a very, very like low-key debris ball starting to form here. It's possible, but again, I think it's unlikely. To be determined, though, over the next couple of scans. It does look like our rotation really hit its peak back here, right as this was tornado warned near Crescent City or Watsika. And now it looks like you'll see those bright reds and bright blues starting to fade away a little bit as this storm is perhaps recycling. It's still got a very, very clean and well-established inflow region here. Peoria, Illinois tonight. You could definitely see a stray storm ahead of your way that could be problematic in general. I'm not expecting anything crazy for Peoria. I'm more worried about the Ohio and Indiana and eastern Illinois kind of region, especially as these storms start to cluster up and push towards the south. Out here in Colorado on interstate, pretty common actually. Yeah, I assume you're talking about the smart car incident. We're still watching the bottom left, by the way. Those firefighters responding to that whole situation, but yeah, definitely still watching this one pretty closely here. I'm gonna actually. I haven't checked this in a little while. I don't think there's been any storm reports. Nope, there was one just moments ago. Not long ago, we had a rapidly rotating wall cloud with clear slot. Okay, got you. I get it. Okay, so they had a rapidly rotating wall cloud here, where the RFD had not fully occluded it yet, is what I assume this person's implying. That was 6 minutes ago, about. So, yeah, that was when this thing kind of peaked out. Was right around this scan here. So that does make a lot of sense. Interested to see what's going to happen with this one. Hopefully, we don't get a tornado out of it, but it's very possible. All right. We're going to get a new velocity scan in just a minute here. We do have your new reflectivity scan, of course. Possibly starting to get contaminated in your inflow region here, though, it looks like. As some of that precipitation making its way out. Perhaps coming a bit more outflow dominant here. This is the second time that the storm has tried to produce a tornado. Oh, okay. Actually, I think we already did get the newest velocity scan. Yeah, we did. Okay, so we do still have rotation here for sure. It does look like this is becoming a little more outflow dominant, though. You can still see that inflow is present, but over here, yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is not looking super, super robust at the moment. We could still see a tornado out of this for sure. It looks like we do have maybe some hail getting mixed in here. Let's take another look at that hail core. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a very strong storm. We're getting 50 dBz values lifted above 40,000 feet, even 60 dBz values getting right below 40,000 feet. So a very, very strong storm here. You can literally see that tilted updraft with this storm. You can see how sheared the environment is there. Very impressive stuff. You can also see that weak echo region that is present. Actually, you can even here, you can see the bounded weak echo region is so defined that you can see it on your volumetric scan. As you got that cave here, essentially, where you got your rainbow of colors, implying that you have a strong rotating updraft, which is obviously no surprise for a tornado-warned storm, but you can see it very clearly visually there. See if we can take a cross section. Yeah. So you can see same deal going on here. You've got that rainbow of colors indicating that you have a strong rotating updraft. But you'll also notice that suspended aloft here above your RFD, essentially, you have some other targets, some heavier targets that are lofted up there. So that is definitely something that could indicate to me we're getting more in the presence of contaminated inflow and stratiform rain here. At least ahead of the storm, especially, assuming the same thing is happening there. Obviously, that's on the backside of the storm. But it kind of looks like that's the same deal that's going on at the front of our storm. This is a decently sheared environment, a little more sheared than was initially forecast by most model guidance anyway. Yeah, Appleton, Wisconsin had a definitely an EF2 tornado at a minimum, was probably EF3. That was a crazy storm. I was in the middle of a meeting for work and I got a text saying, I think we're about to get a tornado soon. I didn't see it for a little while. And then when I did see it, I opened up my radar in the middle of this meeting still. And I see like one of the largest debris balls I've ever seen in my life over Appleton. That was like a terrifying situation there. From the images that I saw, I was seeing what I would think were definitely EF3 damage indicators. Some folks have told me they've seen getting close to EF4 level damage indicators. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what I've heard. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, out here in South Dakota. That one's going to be for Hacken, Jackson, and Millette counties here in South Dakota. So headed towards Ottumwa, Midland, Stamford, and Belvedere. Wanblee as well. Although Wanblee's kind of out of this at this point. But a strong storm out here still producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour as it's going to continue to progress. Looks like we didn't really get that bowing forming here necessarily, like we had talked about a little bit ago. Yeah, that Appleton storm was very, very scary. And interestingly, this is kind of a random fun fact, but a large, like we have a lot of viewers that live in the various cities around Lake Winnebago, including Fond du Lac, including Appleton, including Neenah. So it was kind of heartbreaking that I couldn't be live for that. I was like sitting in the middle of a meeting and I was like, it was bothering me that potentially those folks, maybe no one was live. I think there were a bunch of people live, so that's good. But I was worried, like, because I wasn't live, that they wouldn't have anyone that they could, maybe trust, someone that they like to give them that coverage. And what was a very life-threatening situation for sure. So that was eating me up. But so far, I've heard that there have been no fatalities reported, and outside of a lightning fatality, but none associated with the tornado, which is good news. Obviously, it's bad news that we had a lightning fatality, but yeah, there were definitely. Man, I was sitting there in that meeting from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. So basically the time of when this was going on. And I was sitting there shaking in my chair, like not actually, but like I was pretty like bothered that I couldn't be live for that, which hasn't happened to me before until now. Obviously, we're only, a month and a half into my coverage. So still a young channel here, but that had never happened to me before, where I was like just really bothered that I couldn't be live for something like that. But I was really happy to hear that. I believe there were a handful of people that were live. I think Evan Freiberger was live. I think Max Velocity was live. I don't know if anybody else was live, but I was really happy to hear that, because there's got to be somebody live in those moments. I'm very familiar with those areas in Wisconsin. You live west of Rhinelander. Yeah. Evan was on it. Yep. Yeah, there have been 0 reported tornado fatalities thus far anyway. And I really hope it stays that way. That is the best case scenario. This storm is recycling, by the way. I know I haven't talked about this one for a couple seconds because it doesn't look super threatening at the moment. It looks like it's going to need to recycle before we're going to get anything out of it potentially here. And this is the second time this storm has done it. Maybe could use a severe storm north of St. Louis. Hang on. What? That's where I live. Why is our radar down? Elevation encoder light failure. Interesting. Okay, let's try the terminal radar out of St. Charles. Oh man. Looks like possibly a small hail spike on the terminal radar here near Ellsbury. So that could be something to watch. That would not be ideal if my power goes out. That would really suck. For those who don't know, I'm just west of St. Louis. I'm in, not really directly in the path of this storm. I'm like right here, essentially. So hopefully that storm will not knock out my power, because that's already happened to us a couple of times. Brady, I'm glad that you like recycling. Good on you to help us save the planet. Generator time. If I have a generator, it doesn't matter. I still lose internet. My PC won't shut off. If I lose power, everything goes down. Really well sheared environment here, and it doesn't look overly sheared. It almost looked too sheared a little bit ago. Right now, this isn't looking too terribly damning here. So we're definitely looking at a strong storm here with a really strong updraft, suspending those 60 dBz values pretty high aloft here, up to 40,000 feet, even lifting to 50,000 feet now. We are getting those 50 dBz values. So definitely a very, very strong updraft with this storm, most certainly capable of producing some hail of some capacity, probably around $half, maybe to golf ball size. I think it's tagged for like tennis ball size. Yeah, it's tagged for tennis ball size. It wouldn't blow my mind to see something bigger than golf ball size, but I also don't know if I exactly expect it based on the most recent radar scan anyway. And that tornado warning has just been maintained as of like right now, essentially. So it has been maintained for another 30 minutes or so. Obviously, it's been shrunken down significantly here. It's just going to include Woodland, Woodworth, and Milford. And yeah, I really think this storm would need to recycle a little bit, just like Brady Harris, if it was going to put down a tornado. You're going to notice these blue values have consistently begun to fall off here. So as we go forward in time towards the present, really, really dramatic drop off. That RFD still seems decently established, but some level of nonsense going on around that RFD as well. It's not the most robust setup. That was the worst circle I think I've drawn in my entire life. That's not true. I'm a terrible artist, but Papa John is in Woodland right now. Iowa could get some severe weather on late Thursday and to parts of Friday into parts of Iowa. Yeah, I haven't looked that far ahead, to be honest with you, because I am about to leave town tomorrow. I would like to say that I've forecasted that far out, but I just simply have not. It looks like our RFD has been mostly occluded here. So this is likely going to completely collapse for the moment, and then we'll see if we can get another recycle on this storm. And it looks like that fire is fully put out. So we're going to put Mikey back up on your screen here in just a minute. Okay, there's Mikey. And he is fully behind everything now. I'm gonna shoot him a message really quick and see what his plan is. Yeah, it really does look to me like that RFD is not very well established at this point. Perhaps that inflow beginning to get occluded and in general very contaminated at the very least. Going to notice a lot of precipitation making its way into where we have that strongest inflow. So getting word from Mikey that he's potentially done for the day. To be determined on exactly what he's going to do, though. Summer Dragoness, thank you very much. Stay safe out there, and I really hope all of your friends and family are okay out there in your area. The thoughts of our entire team are with that entire area surrounding the lake right now. I know it's been a really long day for you guys out there in Wisconsin, so take care, get some rest. You guys need it. I think the slight risk for South Central Kentucky tonight is over exaggerating. Here, we can talk about it. Here's what our convective outlook is looking like at the moment. You can view this for yourself on our website. We do have that slight risk that's going to extend all the way down to the south. And the reason for that is things are going to really start to cluster up a little bit here and begin to bring a giant windbag that could be blowing through Kentucky. So I don't really think that it's an over-exaggeration by any stretch. We do still have that slight risk out into the Central Plains as well, in the Nebraska Panhandle, even a little bit, northeastern Colorado, northwestern Kansas, and just the entire Rapid City area. I just call that whole corner of South Dakota like Badlands and Rapid City area, essentially. But yeah, I don't think it's an over-exaggeration to answer your question, though. This is where the wind risk is really going to be enhanced as well. You're going to notice that Sig 1 is going to stretch down into Kentucky too, and for good reason, in my opinion. And it looks like we are recycling a bit here. But that RFD doesn't look very present to me. Morphology-wise, it looks pretty nice. Starting to hook back out a little bit. Mikey's been streaming for hours. He has. Yes, he has. I may or may not be in our Discord after the broadcast tonight. Just kind of depends how things go. I was disappointed here in Rhinelander. Expected a heck of a storm throughout the night. Not much of anything, only 0.2 of an inch in the rain gauge. Yeah, well, you got to be careful what you wish for, man, because you guys out in Wisconsin got a heck of a storm today. So, no, but I feel you, though. Storms are great to fall asleep to. So I do feel you. I feel your sentiment for sure. Are tornado odds increasing for Kentucky? Tornado odds throughout the day have increased for everywhere, essentially, but it's only been held at a 2%. You'll notice that 2% is going to extend into Kentucky, though, because along the leading edge of that MCS, if it forms that Boeing segment, that kind of curved structure, a lot of the time what you'll see is like, if you get a Boeing structure, let's say, I'll try to make it a little more realistic, like something that looks like this, for example, a Boeing structure like that, a lot of times it's going to be on that northeastern side of it, right in this area where you might see that tornado threat. As what will happen is, I'll zoom it in even further so we can draw this a little bit more to scale, I guess, in some capacity anyway. But if you get your Boeing segment that looks like this, you'll have your area that is the most concerning, usually on the northeastern side of that curve, right? And essentially what you'll see there is things start to kind of wrap up like that on that northeastern side, as some of that surface flow in the environment gets kind of directed along the leading edge of that MCS here. And so you'll get things wrapping up there. And a lot of times that does happen with MCS systems like what we have tonight. So definitely could see a little bit of a tornado threat in Kentucky. I'm not really that worried about a tornado threat tonight in general, to be honest with you. We still could get more tornadoes. Obviously, today's already overperformed, and you never know. We could easily get surprised and still see another strong tornado. I don't think that's going to happen, though. And yeah, so that's kind of what's going on with everything. I do think the slight risk in Kentucky is definitely warranted for that wind risk. And a 2% tornado risk is definitely applicable in this situation as well. Yeah, you can click the link in the chat there that Kaysen had the bot put up for joining our Discord server. We do a lot of interaction in there. I'm also going to do something here, if I can remember how to do it. Let's see, how do I do this? I got to figure this out. Here we go. This. There we go. That should work, right? Bang. All right, we've just gifted 5 memberships out to 5 random viewers that we have tonight. That was our last 5 gifts of the month here. Just wanted to show a little support for all of you new folks that are coming in. It really does mean a lot to me. You guys are trusting me with your weather coverage. It means a lot to myself and our entire team of about over 20 people now. We've got such an incredible team. So I just wanted to show a little support for you guys. You guys all get some memberships out there, 5 more of them. Looks like Patrick, Sweet Country Living in Michigan, Denise Holton, LPR 8858, and Kathy Fritz all got those memberships. And they were random. I didn't select anybody. It was fully random. So I really appreciate everybody for tuning in and checking us out. Obviously, we're only about a month and a half into our weather coverage. The number one thing you can do to support us is just simply like and subscribe. And share if you so desire, but Tom, I see you in the chat. What's going on? Yeah, this rotation does look like it might be trying to reestablish itself a bit. It's a little difficult to tell if this is perhaps a little bit of contaminated data, or at least slightly contaminated data here near Milford. At least partially. I don't think it really is that contaminated, though. I think we're definitely looking at a resurgence of that RFD starting to wrap around as that inflow will continue to get pinched off. Again, it's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. We could see those inflow winds begin to increase in intensity in terms of the magnitude of the velocity, essentially. And then all of that energy just gets brought right up into the updrafts. Could get an intensification of that rotation and therefore a tornado. We are looking at 20 minutes remaining on this tornado warning. It's not going to last for another 20 minutes, though, as the rotating couplet is going to move out of that tornado warning. We may get a new tornado warning in place. If we did, it would probably look something like okay, hang on. Let me take a look at the new scan. Well, okay. Yeah, it definitely looks like that RFD is continuing to wrap around. You'll notice even further now, it's kind of made it towards this area here. So inflow definitely getting squeezed off here. We do know that there are 10 to 15 knot surface winds in this area coming out of the southwest, which is literally ideal for this. Tom, glad to hear that things are chill for this evening. Yeah, big shout out, by the way, to Mikey Plemons. You're still watching in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We absolutely killed it with his storm chase today. Super lucky to have him as a part of our team. Again, I do think that the likelihood of us getting a new tornado warning here is definitely somewhat high. If we did, it'd probably look something like this. To be determined on all that. Looks like that new velocity scan is in. Yeah, and that RFD just doesn't look super well established in terms of the velocities, but morphology-wise, it definitely looks pretty good to me. We can take a look. What just happened? Come back. Okay, I want to take a look at our bounded weak echo region. We kind of can't. It's not going to let me. We just don't have the most recent scan. That's fine. See if we can get a better look at it in a little bit here. Give me literally 2 seconds to open the door for my dog here. It's time for her dinner. She had to go get on upstairs, get herself some food. Again, this is still a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, with up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, perhaps up to 2-inch hail in there as well. And take another look at that hail core. I know we've looked at it a handful of times today so far. It does look to be depleting. So I think a lot of that hail is being tossed out of the storm. Still a very tall storm, getting those 50 dBz values close to 50,000 feet. So still very, very tall out here. and still a decently sheared updraft. That's not really the best arrow. More something like that. Still a pretty well tilted, well sheared updraft here. So still one that we got to pay close attention to for the redevelopment of more hail, but it looks like a lot of the hail that was in there is starting to fall on out of the sky. So areas like Milford, Stockland, Wellington, and Hoopston potentially getting some of that hail. Still watching really closely near Milford for this rotation to possibly redevelop. See if I can actually get, okay. Yeah. So we got that bounded weak echo region in place. This was from one scan ago. This isn't the most recent scan, but we do have a very, very strong rotating updraft here. You can see a lot of larger, heavier targets being brought around to the backside of this storm. So essentially, we're looking at this storm from the north. So we're looking southward right now. And so we're kind of staring at the backside of this storm. And this would be your RFD down here. And also where your tornado would form if you were going to get one. Would be right in that hook. If we look at it from the south, so this now the storm is coming directly at us. You can still see that bounded weak echo region in place, your rainbow of colors there, indicating a strong rotating updraft here. And some of those stronger targets being brought around to the backside of the storm by that rotating updraft. So essentially what is happening here is none of these targets, these reds and yellows in this circle, they shouldn't be there in theory, right? What's happening essentially by the Lemon and Doswell model is that the updraft is right over here and it's rotating, right? So it's bringing mass from over here back around to the backside of the updraft because it is rotating, right? So you're just watching rotation directly bringing targets around the updraft here. So that's why a bounded weak echo region can indicate when you do have a strong rotating updraft, because it's got to be strong enough to pull that mass all the way around to the backside of that updraft. That tornado warning is probably going to be lifted any second here as that couplet is now outside of the polygon. So we're likely to not have a tornado warning on the map in just a second here unless they're going to issue a new one downstream. Nancy, good to see you in the chat. All right, I'm going to check in on the considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here in South Dakota. The new downstream warning is actually just a standard severe thunderstorm warning. So the storm appears to have been downtrending a little bit here. Still tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds, though, rolling through Hacken, Jackson, and Millette counties. And then the downstream severe thunderstorm warning is going to be Jones and Stanley counties, I believe. Yeah, that should be correct. In northern Nebraska, there is another stronger storm out here near Kilgore. That one could easily be producing 1-inch hail or 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's in a little bit of a radar hole, but we can still get a decent picture on it. We're only looking at about 6,000 feet here. Around the Nebraska, Colorado, and Kansas border, we were looking at that crazy outflow boundary in all 360 degrees earlier here. You can still see some of the residual effects from that on the map. You can still see it showing up in a couple of areas where it's been kind of yanked around in different directions by interactions in the area. But some stronger storms out here could still see some severe thunderstorm warnings at some point with those storms. And that tornado warning has been lifted. So we no longer have a tornado warning in place, which is great news. We do still have rotation here. Definitely a strong hook echo showing up. And we're looking at around 5,800 feet in the air here. You hope Mikey doesn't get sick from Taco Bell? Yeah, apparently the shredded lettuce. That's what I was hearing. I don't know. That was the rumor. I don't know if that's true. That's where it was coming from. The shredded lettuce in Taco Bell was causing the virus. Yeah, I see Mikey at the Taco Bell in the bottom left. That's kind of funny. Yeah, it definitely looks like we still have solid rotation in here. I mean, that morphology tells you a lot on its own. One that we got to pay close attention to for sure. It's only 6 p.m. now. We've been live for less than 2 hours. We're going to be live for quite a bit longer here tonight. I'm not going to be live as late as I normally am. I normally stay on until about 11 or even midnight sometimes. Tonight, that's probably not going to be the case, as I do got to get myself ready to go for heading to Scotland tomorrow. Okay. Anything for the bell? Long live Nebraska. True. Smoked oysters. I eat lots of lettuce salads, but very rarely anything from Taco Bell. Yeah, I'm not a Taco Bell enjoyer. I know that's going to break a lot of hearts. I have a lot of friends who are big time Taco Bell enjoyers. Not me. It's not for me. I mean, I don't hate it, like I'm not like a anti Taco Bell, activist, but it's not my favorite for sure. It's not my thing. A funnel cloud apparently being reported on this storm. That's what I'm seeing in the chat. I don't know if that's true. There are a lot of chasers sitting here on it, though. Some names you may be familiar with as well. Andrew Pritchard is out there. Yeah, Taco Bell it's fine. It does a job. It's a great late night snack. I'll tell you that. If you want to wait 2 hours for a fast food place, but all right, let's take another cross section here and take a look at what that bounded weak echo region is looking like as of just a couple minutes ago. Yeah, it's still looking pretty solid here. We did get a new tornado warning just put on this storm. Not exactly surprising. So we did get a new tornado warning on this storm, and it looks like that rotation perhaps even uptrended just I think it tightened up. The velocities look like they dropped a bit, but I think it's tightening up right over Wellington. So we definitely could see a tornado relatively soon with this. And again, we did get a new tornado warning. It just hasn't shown up on the map yet here, but it'll be here in just a minute. There it is. You can see that tornado warning for 38 minutes. A really small polygon here, actually. I mean, it's already almost out of that polygon. It's only going to be in this polygon for maybe 10 minutes. And then it's going to be headed towards Hoopston and Rossville. I wonder if we're at the edge of a WFO region here. But yeah, still a strong storm here, capable of producing a tornado right over Wellington. Continuing to watch it very closely. We got a lot of wind going on all over the place, too. A little bit of a wind bag going on south of Indianapolis here. You can see that is just your very classic looking wind event here near like Prince's Lake, for example. Also out near Hamilton and Wilmington.
A new tornado warning.
To get another tornado warning. Okay, so I think we were at the edge of a WFO here, which is why this has been broken up into two separate tornado warnings. But there has been a downstream tornado warning issued here. So that one is going to be headed towards Vermilion County in Illinois. And I'm really grateful for all of the support on this broadcast. By the way, we are getting close to that 2,000 subscriber mark, which is a huge milestone for us. So really thankful for Connor as well for supporting us with that raid. Obviously, that's not the most important thing at all. The most important thing is always the safety of everybody in the areas that we're covering, and everybody in general, of course. But iceberg lettuce is like the goat of lettuce. Braden W, good to see you in the chat. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, still watching this very closely near Wellington here. We could easily have a tornado somewhat soon. You can see a lot of storm chasers on this one. We don't have that velocity scan in just yet. We do have the new reflectivity scan, and you can see that inflow still really well established. Connor said I'm great. He was lying. He didn't mean that. I paid him $100 million to say that about me. No, I really appreciate that from Connor. I mean, we've got a big team here, and we're trying to do the absolute best work that we can do. We're really committed to the people. We don't like the fear mongering. We don't like all the clickbait and the revenue driven meteorology slop. To me, it's slop. I think the public are being taken advantage of right in front of our eyes, and it's kind of concerning. So we saw a problem, thought we could be the solution, so we decided to do this. And we're about a month and a half in, so the amount of support we've had so early on has been really overwhelming. Just super grateful for it. This is still a very tall storm, by the way. It's not quite as tall as it was earlier. You're going to notice that it's also shrunken a bit in terms of like just the literal, like the physical size and radius of this storm. I'm going to pull a few frames back. We're going to go back in time a little bit here and take a look at how large it was just a little bit ago. Let me just disable warnings for a second so you can watch this storm. You can see it was a lot larger here, especially back when it was near Kankakee as I continue to go further back and as far as it'll let me. That's as far as it'll let me. Okay. But you'll notice it was a lot larger here a little bit ago. And now, like even just like 20 minutes ago, it was a lot larger, and it is really, really thinned out. They put the storm on Ozempic. It is really, really thinning out. Braden, I'm doing good. Are the storms becoming outflow dominant at all? This one has still got pretty good inflow coming into it, without a doubt. You can see very well defined where you have that forward flank downdraft on this storm here, where you can see on your velocities here, those reds getting kicked out here as red is away from the radar unit. The radar unit is off to the north. It's off in that direction, right? So that means red must be heading downwards, essentially, on your screen or towards the south. So you can see where all of that outflow really is with this storm. A lot of outflow associated with it, which is normal for your forward flank downdraft. But you can also see that rear flank downdraft is pretty well established too, and you still have good inflow coming in here near Wellington, which is why we have that tornado risk at the moment. So this one is likely not to survive super, super long here, but it is definitely one that will continue at least for the next couple of minutes and continue along with this tornado risk. The tornado warning is for another 33 minutes here. Both of them, matter of fact. Braden, good to see you in the chat. Braden is our director of development. Does a really great job with us. Super grateful to have him on the team as well. Redbird, good to see you in the chat. Godzilla saying, when do the storms start to weaken? In general, the later we get into the night, after about like 8 to 9 p.m., they'll start to weaken as the sun goes down and we lose a little bit of that diurnal heating, just your daytime heat, essentially. When you lose the sunlight, the storms lose a lot of their fuel. They start to use what's available to them in the atmosphere, and then they start to weaken. Will there be severe weather possible on Friday for Iowa? Honestly, I don't have a good answer for you for a couple of reasons. One reason is that Friday's pretty far out. Obviously, we're sitting here on Monday evening right now. So it's hard to give you a solid yes or no, even if I had forecasted that far. But the main reason is I actually haven't forecasted that far out because I'm leaving town tomorrow for Scotland. Cruz, good to see you in the chat. Hobbs, I see you out there. Good to see you. Again, this supercell is still tagged for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. I don't really think this is capable of 2-inch hail, to be honest with you. I think it's really depleted that hail core a lot. We could still be seeing maybe half-dollar sized hail or ping pong ball sized hail up here near Wellington. Nothing crazy out here, though, really at all in terms of the hail threat right now. The storm's still capable of producing some stronger wind gusts, though, especially as it begins to collapse and shrink just a little bit. You're going to notice a new severe thunderstorm warning put on the Indiana side of the border here for up to half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, kind of literally just echoing exactly what I just said. So that's kind of funny timing, but what happened to Connor? I need the lore. Hobbs, what did you do to Connor? Like, fill me in on this. I need the lore.
A tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, we did just get a new... Okay, I think we just got a confirmed tornado now. So perhaps a confirmed tornado on the ground. The tornado warning was just upgraded, so I'm assuming that means we had to have just gotten this upgraded to a confirmed tornado. I'm not seeing anything that would indicate it on radar, so we're definitely looking at a... yeah, there we go. So it was upgraded to a confirmed tornado right over Hoopston, apparently. Let me zoom in. This thing was bugging. Yeah, apparently a confirmed tornado in Hoopston. Nothing we can confirm on radar, but broadcast media have confirmed this tornado. So we do have a tornado on the ground in Illinois. So a confirmed tornado. This is rolling towards Rossville now here. And that original tornado warning for Wellington is going to be lifted in just a minute here, I would assume. In Scotland, I'm planning to do a lot of different things. I'm only going to be there for about 5 days. So we're going to try and squeeze in as much as we can. That's awesome that your friend lives there. Yeah, driving on the other side of the road is going to be weird for sure. John McKinney, 6-inch diameter hail? Is this true? Is that actually true? Did he just report 6-inch diameter hail? Or 6-inch diameter what? It just says 6. What am I looking at? Connor was being chased by a truck flashing their lights. Connor pulled over in a bit of a panic. It was this. Oh, it was his dad. Oh, wait. Hobbs is Connor's father. Man, shout out to Connor's father, by the way, for everything that happened with the tornado in Indiana a month or two ago. That was insane. You're the GOAT for that, dude. I mean, you killed it. But again, this is a confirmed tornado right near Hoopston. Again, it's not super impressive on radar, but broadcast media have confirmed that we have a tornado in Hoopston. This is Illinois, Vermilion County. It's headed down towards Rossville and eventually Alvin. And I don't think this will be a super long track tornado, but I will say it does have a little ways to go before either that RFD fully occludes it or our precipitation region occludes it. This is the third attempt by this storm to produce a tornado today. This storm started all the way up north of Kankakee. It's made its way really far south here down to central eastern Illinois. I don't know if there's any traffic cameras that are around this area, actually. I guess I could take a look at that. Usually in Illinois, it's all image cameras rather than video cameras. There actually is one right at the river. I don't think it's looking the right way. I'm going to monitor it and we'll keep an eye on it in case it happens to see anything. Shout out Hobbs. He is in fact the man, the myth, the legend. I didn't even realize who I was talking to. I feel like I've disrespected a goat right now. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground near Hoopeston, headed towards Rossville. Confirmed by broadcast media. We don't have any radar or visual confirmation on this. Legacy, Nature, and Weather, good to see you. Did you change your name? Wasn't it Legacy Adventures Official? All right, still watching here for the confirmed tornado right over Hoopeston. Again, I'm not seeing anything on radar that would indicate that we have a confirmed tornado. Obviously, this has been visually confirmed by broadcast media. So we do have a confirmed tornado. We just can't see it visually here on radar. Yeah, Nancy, that's definitely smart. For anyone out there who is in Illinois or has friends or family that are in Vermilion County in Illinois, definitely make sure that you're sending some sort of notification to them if you don't think that they are staying weather aware as they should, because we have a confirmed tornado in Hoopeston right now. Still relatively clean inflow available to this storm anyway through the inflow notch. There's plenty of room there for it. That RFD has not wrapped around like super far this direction to occlude that inflow off. I'm going to turn on METAR here and we're going to take a look at some of the surface observations. You're going to notice 80 over 79, 83 over 81. Again, it is super hot and super moist out here in eastern Illinois right now. There's just an unbelievable amount of moisture. And the low-level thermodynamics seemed good this morning when I took a look at them. There's a lot of instability present in this region, that's one of the reasons I was really worried about a wind threat for today, especially. And that northernmost tornado warning was lifted, by the way, where the tornado that is on the ground is no longer in that polygon. It's now in the southern polygon, just in Vermilion County. And the respective considerable severe thunderstorm warning was just lifted as well. The storm also has decent flow coming into it. You'll notice that near State Line City, when was this? Just under a half hour ago. So right before the storm got here, we did have winds coming out of the south at about 5 knots. So winds coming out of the south, plenty of moisture. That's why this storm has been able to survive so long. It's also remained discrete here. It hasn't had any interaction with any other storms in its entire life cycle. It's just been a very long-tracked, discrete supercell all the way from Kankakee or north of Kankakee all the way down here into central eastern Illinois. We are starting to get further and further away from the radar unit. Let's see if I can check in from the Lincoln radar. I don't know how far away I'm going to be there. Yeah, that's about 8,000 feet, so that's not ideal either. Moving kind of into a radar hole here. I mean, literally dead center of where you have the Chicago radar, the Indianapolis radar. What is this? Lincoln. That's right. I don't know why I forgot Lincoln. The Lincoln radar and the Evansville radar. So right in the middle is where this storm is headed right now. And that's why the radar coverage is slightly more poor than we would like it to be, or poorer than we would like for it to be. And that's probably the main reason that we're not able to get this in terms of a CC drop and confirm this via radar, is because this doesn't seem like a particularly strong tornado. So it's not lofting debris around 7,500 feet in the air, because that's the lowest angle that we can get to take a look at this storm. All right, and this is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning on the map now. So just one considerable, one tornado going on here. But we do have a whole bunch of windbag action going on in various places, including in Indiana out here, as well as towards Cincinnati. And that threat is only going to continue to ramp up, especially as more of these storms start to move in to that region as well. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Connecticut, by the way, which I wanted to talk about. This one's out here west of Hartford, capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Same thing in New Jersey, right near New York City, as well as southern New Jersey near Woodbury. Not terribly far from Philly. We do have another one for Coconino County in Arizona as well. This one capable of producing some hail. Another one in southwestern New Mexico, too, right along the border of Mexico. And I think that's all of the fun stuff, the fun random ones. Actually, there's another one in New Mexico, near Watrous, New Mexico. That one with some gusty winds and 1-inch hail. And there is, again, all of these storms out in Ohio, in Indiana, and of course, back into Illinois, which is where we're watching this confirmed tornado and the threat for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to 2-inch hail. Hate radar holes? Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of radar holes. A lot more than I would like to have. I don't think I went to Georgia, by the way. We do have Clayton, Henry, and Spalding counties within a severe thunderstorm warning just south of Atlanta. That's going to include 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some pea-sized hail, nothing crazy in there. But again, this is a confirmed tornado near Hoopeston. The last time it was confirmed was 12 minutes ago. So we don't know if it's currently on the ground still. It was confirmed by broadcast media when that happened. Christine, good to see you. Okay, this tornado was just downgraded, so we no longer have a confirmed tornado in Illinois. But still a tornado warning in place here, as we do still have a very well established RFD. And you can see this bounded weak echo region is in place. Let me switch it to the other side so it's not right over top of that camera there. But you can see this bounded weak echo region, excuse me, where you have a indication of a strong rotating updraft as targets are being brought around to the backside of the updraft here. That is what creates that hook echo on radar. Need a rotating updraft to get that, and you've got it right now. And you've had it for a long time with this storm. It just produced a tornado near Hoopston. Goodness, I'm struggling to speak today. Tornado near Hoopston not long ago. Broadcast media had confirmed that. Andrew Pritchard, well-known storm chaser, is out there as well. You can see a lot of folks have just been staying right on this. I mean, literally right on this. Just got done with a windstorm and a lot of rain. Yeah. A lot of folks around the country are dealing with the same type of scenario today. And it is not over just yet. Apparently, Cameron Palmero also confirmed this tornado was on the ground. That's what I'm hearing. Obviously, it is not on the ground right now. I see we got a lot of new people joining our Discord, so I really do appreciate that. That's the number one way to interact with both myself and our team, our Storm Chasers. We do have more Storm Chaser signings that will be coming eventually here, probably right after I get back from Scotland, or maybe even one or two while I'm out of town in Scotland. Possibly subtle foreshadowing there, just depends. We're still trying to get the announcement put out for Evan and Drew, of course, with Michigan Storm Chasers. We haven't gotten their graphic put together just yet, as I'm still waiting on a little information from them so we can do that. But they have joined our team as well. We just haven't gotten that graphic pushed out for you guys to see yet. It looks like that RFD is starting to occlude that inflow off a little bit, and it doesn't look like this storm is particularly threatening at the moment. And that is definitely good news. Drew's awesome. Yeah, Drew and Evan are great, man. I've really enjoyed working with them. Just cool guys. They share the same sentiments I do. By the way, this considerable severe thunderstorm warning was downgraded. So a maximum of ping pong ball or $50 sized hail and a 60-mile-per-hour winds here. So we no longer have any considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, but we do have a lot of wind going on all over the place. And we still have a tornado warning here, at least for the moment. It has 13 minutes remaining, and I don't think a new one will be issued for this unless it recycles again. Keep in mind that this is the third time this storm is recycled, and it just now put down a tornado for the first time. So to be determined on if it will try again as it moves down towards the south even further. Nancy Weems, welcome back. Eventually, this storm is going to be heading down towards Terre Haute, which is where there's already another strong storm. So the one that's currently tornado warned will eventually be headed that direction if it can even sustain itself. It's really shrunken quite a bit. I'm seeing in our Discord right now, apparently there's perhaps some rotation in Ohio. Yeah, near Bowersville here, possibly a little bit of rotation. Yeah, that's something that could end up getting a warning potentially here. If it uptrends a little bit more. This is a very interesting setup here, though. The weird thing is it actually looked a lot nicer a little while ago. When you go up one tilt angle here, we have to go back in time like 6 minutes because they're not scanning at every single angle on every single scan, it appears right now. Either way, through Cincinnati, still a pretty significant windbag here. And again, if we were going to get a tornado along this, it would happen most likely on the northeastern side of that arc, where you have your Boeing segment, like the peak of your Boeing segment here. That's typically how it happens. Not always. It's not a guarantee, but in Orleans, Indiana, I'm not sure where that is exactly. I can find it though. I tend to be decent at just randomly finding town names that people mention. A lot of times I have to look them up, but see if I can find Orleans. I feel like I remember hearing of it before. Like it was Western Indiana. It's in Southern Indiana. Okay. That would also make sense if I had heard of it. It might be on my screen and I just don't see it. But why does mesoanalysis show the environment is still very, very favorable in southeast Wisconsin? I don't know. To be honest with you, I haven't looked at it, but I can get some the mesoanalysis imagery sent over to me and I can take a look at it. It's above Paoli. Ah, there we are. Yeah, you're definitely going to be getting some rain. There's a lot of stratiform precipitation in general around Indianapolis right now. You could end up with some stronger storms later on this evening if any of this starts to materialize as it eventually heads down your direction. In general, not anything like super, super concerning. Just a wind threat. I think things will become a little more organized and clustered once they get kind of to your south in this area. That's my expectation by the way things have trended this evening. Not a guarantee, though. And again, I haven't had the chance to look at mesoanalysis just yet. I'm going to get the chance to do that hopefully here soon. I shot Adrian a message to see if he could send me some images to take a look at. Still watching the tornado warning here, by the way. It is in a little bit of a radar hole. Let's see. I don't know if I'm even looking at the best radar for this now. What are we getting? 7,600 feet. Let's try the Indianapolis radar. 77,000 feet. Okay. That might be the one to look at from here going forward. Still a pretty strong hook in place with this storm, though. So I think that tornado warning will just be allowed to ride out and expire the last 8 minutes, assuming that hook stays on there, especially because we're in a little bit of a radar hole. We'll check it out from the Lincoln radar here, too. That's pretty high up. That's 8,300 feet. So Indianapolis becoming the best radar to get a little picture of this storm here. Yeah, it's still holding itself together. It looks like that RFD is beginning to retreat here. You'll notice a couple scans ago, it looked like perhaps that RFD was being brought a little further down in this direction. And then as you go forward in time, it's receded a little bit and that inflow region has gotten a little larger. So perhaps not the most robust setup for this storm at the moment. which was obviously the best case scenario. Yeah, northern Indiana got absolutely smacked. Absolutely smacked. And that's where Mikey was. That's where we saw a little while ago, we saw a smart car on fire. And we saw that crazy shelf cloud out there from Mikey Plemons, or Nader Mike. One of our storm chasers does a phenomenal job. He was out there in northwestern Indiana. I will say, just taking a quick look at a little bit of model guidance here. A handful of models, including the HER. Now, keep in mind, the HER has not done very well with today's event, but a handful of models, including the HER, also the NAM Nest, are a little bit bullish on perhaps getting some more storms in southeastern Wisconsin towards Milwaukee, and then near like Rockford, Illinois as well, and then rolling through Chicago. It just had an eyelash in my eye or something like that. So that's something we got to pay attention to for sure. And that would be like maybe 2 hours from now. Oh, well, now I'm not looking at the right thing. There we go. Yeah, that would be like maybe within the next 2 hours or hour and a half, essentially. The HER is actually forecasting a random pop-up storm near Appleton, which would not be ideal because there's a lot of damage and debris out there. The last thing they need is more rain. Now, that probably wouldn't be a significantly severe storm if that happened. In general, I don't really think that's going to happen, though. And I'm definitely hoping it does not, because the folks up there have had enough today. A lot of lives were definitely changed today in Appleton. It actually looks like the RFD is starting to wrap back around here. So we could be looking at another attempt at tornado genesis here near Alvin here pretty soon. I'm going to keep a close eye on it. 321,000 people without power in Illinois, 100,000 in Indiana, 93,000 in Wisconsin. That's insane. That is literally nuts. That's over 500,000 people without power right now from today's severe weather. I mean, that's insane. Just insane. There have been a lot of really strong storms today. I just can't believe that Appleton storm. I mean, that just really took me by surprise. I know I already mentioned this, but like I said earlier, I was in the middle of a meeting for my internship for work, and I got a text saying, "Hey, I think a tornado might be happening here soon, out in Wisconsin." And that was right before it happened. I didn't see it. And when I saw that text, I was like, "Oh, interesting." And I opened my radar up on my computer while still in the middle of the meeting, by the way. And I was like, literally could not believe what I was seeing. I mean, it was insane. That debris ball was like 3.5 miles wide at one point. Obviously, that doesn't mean the tornado was 3.5 miles wide. What we were seeing was, like a couple thousand feet in the air on radar, but there was a broad mesocyclone that was strong enough to suspend debris in a 3.5 mile wide circle, which is insane. Okay, so if we were going to get a new tornado with this storm, it'd probably be happening right around now. If not, we're most likely done with this storm, at least until it can recycle again. So hopefully it does not put down a tornado here. Yeah, that damage looked insane. I've seen a lot of videos and images circulating on social media, and I don't have extensive training in damage indicators, but from the training that I do have from my undergrad is I was most certainly seeing EF2 damage indicators there, and I was decently confident that I was seeing EF3 damage indicators there on the homes, the images of the homes that I saw. And there was even the possibility that some folks have been talking about where we had a couple of potential EF4 damage indicators. At the very least, we're looking at an EF2 without a shadow of a doubt. And then I think it's very, very likely that this was an EF3. And then also a non-zero possibility that they'll give it an EF4. I think it's pretty unlikely, though. It's pretty unlikely it'll be given an EF4, but non-zero chance from what I was seeing. And again, I only saw a couple of images and videos, but yeah, the debris ball was insane. And I posted it on Twitter. I was like, I think that might be the largest debris signature that I've ever seen. Definitely the largest I've ever seen in real time, anyway. I've seen some, obviously, you look back on Tuscaloosa or, Rolling Fork or, crazy storms that had crazy velocity couplets and things like that. But in general, that size, that diameter of a debris ball, that is something I don't think I'd ever seen before. What up, Adrian? Okay. No worries. No worries. You just get off work or something? Oh, nice. Good. We did just get a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings I missed. One in South Carolina near Orangeburg. That one's capable of producing some stronger winds here. You can see that outflow boundary that is set up here that this storm is interacting with. And then there was another one that was put in place for Jefferson and Leon counties in Florida. So that is basically Tallahassee. So another one producing some strong winds, and you can see its own outflow boundary being kicked out ahead of this one. This one is definitely kicking out some pretty gusty winds here. Perhaps some very small hail in there as well. Southeast Wisconsin was something I wanted to take a look at. Said a question about it. And then we're also seeing that tornado warning has just been lifted. So no longer a tornado warning in place, which is good news here. We do still have a lot of considerable flash flood warnings, by the way, a total of 7 of them, I believe. We got 1 in Utah, actually 2 in Utah, 3 in Arizona, 1 in Colorado, and 1 out in Jersey. The one in Jersey is for Atlantic County, and this is near Hamilton. And this is a pretty densely populated area where a lot of rain has fallen. So definitely looking at a pretty significant flash flooding risk there. Tom saying it's truly heartbreaking to see such extensive damage and power outages. My thoughts are with everyone currently dealing with aftermath of these storms, and I couldn't have said it better myself. Could not have said it better myself. It's scary stuff. Do I think the tornado risk is fully over now? Fully over, no. Limited, yes. The rest of the night, I think, is going to be a lot closer to what we were expecting the whole day to be. Dylan, how you doing? Good to see you in the chat. Johnny, good to see you as well. But I do think that the tornado threat is back to where it should be, where it was originally forecast to be anyway, where that 2% for the rest of the evening does make a lot of sense. Dylan, I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain. Been a long and busy day, but those are the best days. The most tiring are always the most rewarding because they have to be. Still looking at a pretty strong bounded weak echo region in place here, by the way. Take a quick little look at this guy. Can see that rainbow of colors still very, very well in place, even though we're in the middle of a radar hole, still showing up clear as day here. Indicating that we have a strong rotating updraft still present with the storm near Bismarck or Alvin. Now, is it tornadic? I don't believe so, at least not right at this moment. Obviously, that tornado warning that was on the storm was just lifted. No, I've never considered being a preacher. No. I've never been asked that question. That's kind of funny. Sorry, not that it's like an unserious question. It's just kind of I've never been asked that. It kind of caught me off guard. What's funny, Adrian? That's what I thought. Yeah, allergies, of course. Yes. I know you guys can't hear Adrian, but he's making jokes in my ear. Yeah, it looks like really this storm just does not want to give up, man. I mean, good Lord. It's about to cross the state line fully into Indiana here. It'll be headed towards the western side of Indiana. Eventually, it's going to just continue on its path down in this direction. Who knows how long it's going to survive, but it is going to move in that general direction. Man, a lot of people ask about the guitars, Tom. A lot of people want to hear me play guitar. That's like a members only thing that we're probably going to do someday. Just like a little bit of extra content to give back to our supporters. It's not going to happen anytime just yet, though, because I am leaving town for Scotland tomorrow. The earliest that it would happen is when I get back. But yeah. Interesting. So Adrian's telling me right now that the environment really all the way from southeast Wisconsin all the way back down through like Bloomington really is just looking very, very heavily sheared. And I did see some indication that we would have a more heavily sheared environment this evening in some of the model guidance that I looked at this morning, but I wasn't expecting it to be like super robustly sheared and definitely not widespread good shearing. I was expecting shearing to be enhanced locally, mostly where we had those MCS systems developing. So that is definitely interesting to see. I don't think model guidance has handled today's event well at all. Jared, good to see you in the chat. Haven't seen you yet tonight. Okay. We did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning slapped in place here in Indiana. It is a new one. I'm not sure exactly where. Okay, I see. So they issued a new one out here in Indiana for Fountain, Vermilion, and Warren counties. That's on our supercell that produced a tornado earlier and has recycled and tried to produce a tornado 3 different times. Only on the 3rd time was it successful. It is still tornado possible tagged. You have 7 guitars? That's crazy. I just have 2. I don't have anything fancy either, but I do love them. I put some silk and steel strings on the mahogany one that's behind my head the other way. The dark colored one. The dark colored one. I like that one a lot. Okay. I'm not a bartender. I bartended for a charity event yesterday, but I'm definitely not a bartender. My my knowledge of like cocktails is very limited, but I can crack open a mean beer for you, and I can pour you a nice glass of wine and make you some simple stuff. You got a good voice tone, or you're also a singer. Yeah, that is where it started actually. Guitar is a newer venture for me. I didn't grow up playing guitar. I grew up singing. Okay, we did get a severe thunderstorm warning in Maryland. It's a little pop-up storm here southeast of Baltimore. And this actually I think has been here for a while. Maybe I'm just now seeing it. No, I don't think it really has been here for a while. Or has it? Okay, it's been here for like 20 minutes. Got it. But perhaps a little bit of small hail near Riviera Beach. It's tagged for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still watching the cell that is headed into Indiana here, the closest of anything. It is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but more importantly, it is still tornado possible tagged. Produced a tornado a little while ago, and still does have a hook echo. Now, it's not wrapped up enough to be tornadic at this moment, but it easily could get back to that point eventually. So again, still watching for possible rotation to really reestablish itself. I know what you're seeing here kind of looks like rotation, but this is contaminated data here near State Line City. You'll notice when you go to your reflectivity, that's all clear air essentially, or really low DBZ values. But still watching very closely for things to pull around on the backside here and things to hook out a little bit more, wrap up, make that inflow notch just a little bit smaller. Looks like perhaps some hail beginning to redevelop in here too. It is tagged for golf ball sized hail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. And it looks like that hail core is definitely starting to rebuild. You can still see that this is a very well sheared environment. You can see how tilted the updraft is, especially when you look at this angle here. So yeah, it's a very well tilted environment. We did have an upgrade on one of the considerable severe thunderstorm, or one of the severe thunderstorm warnings has been upgraded to a considerable, I should say, out here in Indiana. I don't know which one that is. It could be the windbag down here. It's definitely the windbag down here for Seymour. I'm gonna assume. Yeah, really strong surge of winds here, right near Jonesville and Seymour. I'm assuming that's what this upgrade's for. We're going to find out in a minute. There it is. So 70-mile-per-hour wind gust possible here in Seymour. This is the windbag type of setup that I've been worried about for the entire night. And I'm especially worried if things can start to cluster up even more. You're going to notice the one area where we have really organized clustering near Seymour, we've already got 70-mile-per-hour winds happening there. So the more organization that we can get, the more likely we're going to be to see those stronger areas of damaging wind. Yeah, contamination just basically means that it looks like you're seeing rotation on radar, but you're not actually seeing rotation. It's fake data, essentially. It's not fake, but it's just not accurate. Cubs fan, good to see you in the chat. I see those. I'm gonna take a look at them in a second. I need to switch one of my cameras here. Yeah. Looking northeast. Perfect. We're gonna look at this camera. So this one is just south of Seymour in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, right near Crothersville, which is funny because Crothersville is in southeastern Missouri, very small town out there. I don't know why that was funny to me, but it was. Anyway, this camera is like, where is it? It's like literally right here, and looking like just off to the northeast slightly. I don't even know. Can I draw like an arrow to the northeast? There we go. Something like that. That's where this camera is looking. So we're going to have a crazy view of this shelf cloud, most likely coming from left to right across the screen there on that camera, as this giant windbag approaches here near Seymour. Thoughts on tomorrow? I'm genuinely surprised they didn't introduce a big 2% tornado risk back towards the west. Tomorrow I haven't taken like the craziest deep dive into. In general, though, I'm kind of surprised they didn't put enhanced for wind for tomorrow. They do have a 5% tornado risk right now, but I think storms are going to be a little more linear at first tomorrow. And then we'll see some prefrontal storms as they move off. That's probably what is instigating that tornado threat there. I can take a closer look at it though. It kind of looks like that's what's happening here on different model guidance. But again, the models have not handled the last few setups very well at all. I'm almost tempted to just like rely on the NAM, which is like crazy. I'm not a NAM enjoyer, so. Where's the NAM? The NAM always forecasts like the most doomsday scenario ever. Yeah, I think that is what's happening. Is it's looking like a much more linear storm mode until things start to move further west, or excuse me, east. And then we could get some prefrontal storms that could fire off and take advantage of that environment. So I think that's why that 2% and 5% is mostly just like towards the East Coast. Again, I know this looks like crazy rotation here. I promise you it's not. This is contaminated data that you're seeing here. But this storm is still tornado possible tagged for good reason. Indiana, Illinois border. Yeah. No, way further south than that. Like central, near Lafayette. Or not way further south. It's like the next storm south of that. It's like due west of Indianapolis almost, slightly northwest. Did I hear thunder? I mean, I'm in the basement with noise canceling headphones and I have IEMs in, so I haven't heard anything. I was told there were some storms near St. Louis earlier. The St. Louis radar is down, so I can use a terminal radar here. There's perhaps some storms in the area. A little bit of lightning out there, especially in East St. Louis. All right, a new downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for 70-mile-per-hour winds. That one is headed down towards Clark, Jefferson, Scott, Washington, and Trimble counties in Indiana. The Wisconsin tornado was not rated. No, it's not going to get rated. It dealt a lot of damage. So it's going to take them at least a couple days probably to get through all of that damage and survey it. So they already started today. Yeah. I mean, I believe it. It's probably going to take them a couple days. That's that new considerable that was just put in place, by the way. It does include a sliver of Kentucky here. That's the noise you guys just heard was that considerable downstream being issued for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Cubs and Cards on weather delay, apparently. Yeah, Dylan, that is That is absolutely the case. If there was a tornado warning, I would be able to keep broadcasting, and that is fully the plan if that ever happens. Same thing in my new apartment, which I won't be in a basement in my new apartment. But if I do go into a tornado warning there, I will be staying on air. The building that we're in is very sturdy. So unless it's looking like a strong tornado headed right for my apartment, I'm going to stay on air as well because it's a massive, sturdy building. That's right. Tim saying in the chat, apparently it was a preliminarily rated an EF2. I think that's probably going to end up getting upgraded to an EF3. There was minimum EF2 damage indicators you could see just in the few pictures that I saw. And for me, I was thinking that I was definitely seeing some that resembled EF3 indicators. Obviously, I haven't been trained in surveying. It's just what I've learned in undergrad. I haven't gone out and done surveying with the National Weather Service, so my opinion doesn't necessarily matter here, but I do think it's very likely it'll get upgraded to an EF3. Mm-hmm. That's what I think too. Originally, I was thinking maybe it could have been EF4 potential. I'm not sure. I think it's definitely a non-zero chance that you see a random EF4 indicator in there, but it's pretty unlikely. Like it would be like a 2 to 5% chance that it was rated that way. Yeah, Tom. Generally, they get out there really quick to try and get like the craziest. And when you think about it, those strongest damage indicators can't get cleaned up in a day, for example. I mean, it takes weeks or months sometimes even to fully clean up tornado debris. So it definitely can have an impact on surveying as they clean things up. Just not a super significant impact. I'm taking a look at mesoanalysis right now. I will say those photographs really don't look terrible. They don't look terrible at all. There's a giant helicity core near Chicago, if any storms fired off in that region. And the low-level thermos don't look super impressive outside of like southern Indiana. Southern Indiana, southern Illinois, and like northern Kentucky, the thermos actually look pretty solid. Looks like pretty steep low-level lapse rates. There is a little bit of a cap going on, some sort of entrainment in the mid-levels. That hasn't been fully mixed out yet. But yeah, I definitely think we are not done for the night in terms of the wind risk at the very least. And we could easily see a couple of tornadoes still being possible if we get any storms that can fire off. There's still a lot of CAPE available. There's plenty of helicity, especially back towards like the Chicago area. And there's plenty of shear in the environment, it seems. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Like, what am I even looking at? No, I mean I know, but like there's STP values showing up of 9. I'm gonna show this on screen because this is stupid. Like what am I even looking at? Why do we have 9 STP values going on right now in Eastern Illinois? This is ridiculous. I don't think that's gonna get like realized. I don't think any storms will take advantage of that, but it's possible. It definitely can't be ruled out. And you'll notice that those 1s and 2s are going to extend all the way down, even into Kentucky here. So tons of areas where we could still be looking at a couple of tornadoes. My main area of concern is really going to be in this corridor, though. I guess let me use a different color. This is my main area of concern in southern Indiana. Okay. Do I think Appleton will be an EF5? Definitely not. No. What? What am I even looking at? Does that say 90? Wait, am I? I thought it said 91. I was like, are we serious right now? What am I looking at? This is genuinely ridiculous. Like, this is getting out of hand. Or is this a 5? You can't even read the numbers. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I do not know what I'm looking at. This is ridiculous, though. Again, I don't think any of this is going to be like realized in the environment per se. Like, I don't think storms are going to take advantage of that. Most of that's in the wake of everything. But I mean, you do notice that there's a couple of I hate using the yellow on the radar. There's a couple of storms out here, not terribly far south of Chicago, closer to Kankakee, and those storms could try to take advantage of that environment a little bit. West of Bloomington. I assume you mean like this one, pretty far. What in the world? There's some aliasing issues going on there. Definitely a rotating mesocyclone here, kind of on the Illinois-Indiana border, south of Terre Haute. Near Fowler. Oh, yeah, I see that. True needs to get a job. Adrian said that this storm has some potential too, and I agree. Here near Fowler and Earl Park. And he said it just needs to grow up a little more. It needs some time. And I said, yeah, it needs to get a job. Needs to get out of the house. Off into the working world. Oh my goodness, I can't type. Yep. The storm might. When are more pictures and videos going to come out of the Appleton, Wisconsin tornado? Just as people upload them. I mean, obviously, like when something devastating like that comes through, the number one goal of people isn't, to get images out. They're trying to survive and rebuild and clear debris and everything. So it can take a lot of time for people to, they're always going to take photos, but it takes time for people to actually go to social media and send them out. Yeah. We are looking at a strengthening low-level jet as well, and that is actually one thing that was actually forecast. So, how about that? Modeling got something right today, but not that that's super unexpected because a lot of times in the evening in the summer you'll get a strengthening low-level jet. But yeah. Yeah. Still looking at really gusty winds out here, by the way, in southern Indiana, southeastern Indiana, really. Up to 70-mile-per-hour winds tagged on that downstream severe thunderstorm warning to determine if they're going to maintain that or downgrade it, as the original one was downgraded to 60-mile-per-hour winds. But okay. Yeah, I think this one near Earl Park and Fowler is starting to ramp up quick, and it's getting a nudger right now from the back a little bit, which is helping that RFD wrap around. This is one that I'm definitely keeping a close eye on here. The one we were just looking at, why did it get in the blue in there now? Just because higher wind. Okay, so I know you're talking about this. You'll notice it's not even there anymore. So this is all contaminated data. So essentially what's happening is aliasing is going on, which is where the velocities are faster than the radar can technically measure. And so they come in as negative. They come in as the wrong direction. And there is a tool for anti-aliasing that can be used here by the radar unit. But you can see when I toggle it on and off, sometimes it even still has issues. And you get some situations like that. That one I would think would do something, if anything. Yeah, the one up here near Fowler looks pretty concerning. That one could have the potential to potentially produce a stronger tornado, given the way the environment is really shaping up behind everything, because we didn't get a giant organized MCS as of yet anyway. We still could get one maybe towards this region of Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana, and perhaps a second one that could organize over here in southern Illinois and southern and southwestern Indiana. But in general, a lot of this central environment here didn't really get used that much and had a lot of daylight to recover. Again, the sun's still up. So we're still looking at recovery going on behind all of these storms here. And so now this is going to be the greatest area of concern for a tornado threat. This one near Fowler could become pretty concerning quickly here. In fact, it might get tornado warned pretty soon. Yeah, I see that one. They just put a tornado possible tag on that storm, and it's got some rotation in there. It's a baby, but it's got some rotation in there. Yeah. So this cell over here has the potential to ride this boundary down towards the south. And it is also moving into the most favorable environment on the map right now, where generally supercell development isn't expected, but we're getting convective initiation at the intersection of a couple of boundaries here. That's why we're getting this storm firing off. So if it can catch on to that upper level flow and really start to ride this boundary down to the south, it could definitely pose a significant threat for a tornado as well. Sweet. Okay. Oh, yeah. Wow. You can see those boundaries clear as day on satellite imagery. I'm going to show this. So we can take a look here and you can really see that boundary in place. I'll actually use yellow this time. You can see where these boundaries are. That's the one going to the south. So this storm is just firing off here at the intersection of those two boundaries. That's why we've had repeated attempts at convective initiation there. You'll also notice there aren't a lot of clouds out here. So a lot of recovery going on in the atmosphere in those areas. This storm, if it can ride this boundary to the south, is going to be moving into the most favorable environment on the map. That's had a lot of time to recover, and some of that energy still hadn't even been used from earlier. So it could be a definitely a pretty concerning scenario for the potential for tornadoes with that one. We are watching these supercells here along the border as well as they continue to track on down towards the south. That's an area where we could also be watching the risk for a couple of tornadoes and possibly a stronger tornado associated with this one that's out here near Fowler right now. And that's the one we're watching the closest here. Yeah, if that storm along that outflow boundary is able to latch on and really starts to mature, they'll probably put a mesoscale discussion just for that storm. Never seen anyone explain it on satellite. That was satellite. Makes more sense to me. Yeah. Satellite is really, really good for visualizing. What are you using, by the way, Adrian, to pull your satellite imagery? College DuPage, I see. corner. Okay. Watching from Live Oak, Florida. Frankie, good to see you in the chat. Getting rain in Orleans, Indiana, no thunder. Yeah, I believe it. Just a lot of stratiform rain out there. It's going to be the case for you for a little while. I keep using yellow. That's the area that you are in. Thanks. Thanks. All right, my food is here for the night. It's another Culver's night. Satellite does have some smoke over central Illinois, which could create a cap for the storm in southern Wisconsin. This is true, and I was looking at the smoke this morning as well. And when I was looking at mesoanalysis here, I'm going to show this image, but it's going to be really tough to see. I'm going to do my best to try and show you what I'm talking about here. Let's see if I can zoom in really tight. Okay. You're going to notice there is a little bit of a cap going on here in your skew tees where you have that area that juts out like this. That's what we're watching, where you have a little bit of a cap that's developed and hasn't been able to fully mix out. You're even going to see it here in Wisconsin too. A lot of these areas, this is really just where you have the smoke. You'll notice that in Michigan, where there isn't really much smoke, you don't have that same cap present. So I assume most likely that's going to be due to that smoke, but not a confirmation on that. But and I was looking at that this morning on my analysis too. There isn't a ton of vertically integrated smoke that was modeled anyway. Still something we got to pay attention to though. That Fowler one is contaminated too. The contamination just always gets me so confused. Yeah, a lot of radar imagery gets contaminated. You have to understand side lobe contamination, how it works, and how to interpret the radar. It takes a lot of time. It's tough. There's definitely good rotation here, by the way, at the mid levels near West Union, West York, and Annapolis. That's just on the Illinois side of the border. And I'm still watching the storms up here near Fowler and Oxford. And we might get a tornado on this, or a tornado warning on this, excuse me, somewhat soon. Which one? On CC? I don't think it's clear air. I think it's hailstones that are being suspended aloft here. Because we're looking at... Okay. I'm looking at 7,400 feet. So I think we're looking at hailstones suspended aloft. Got you. Perfect. Sorry for all the noise. Got to get my food on tonight. Got to eat. Got to fuel the mind so I can continue to bring incredible meteorological analysis. Okay. Yeah, we're probably going to get an upgrade to a considerable on the Fowler storm here. As it looks like we are definitely getting up to golf ball sized hail in here. What I was talking about with Adrian, you can see all these suspended targets aloft here. You'll notice you have all this stuff getting suspended aloft. A little bit of a weak echo region going on there. And you've got a pretty strong hail core beginning to develop and fill up with hail. Lofting 60 dBz values upwards of 30,000 feet. So we could get an upgrade to a considerable on that storm in the near future. Tom, I really appreciate that. We do our best. And again, I always say we because we have such an incredible team. Of course, Storm Chaser Adrian Roncahan in my ear right now, helping out with meteorology. It's hard to look at the entire country at once, right? So he's helping us out, and he does a phenomenal job too. He's really, really good with the real time analysis and like the nowcasting stuff. So it's really awesome that he's willing to help out. And also, don't let that go to your head. That's real. I like that. We've got a new considerable. Mm-hmm. Where's this considerable? My blind that said Illinois, did it not? I mean, I know it takes a second to show up on my map. I guess it could be for Robinson and Hutch. There it is. Okay, so it's for Robinson and Hudsonville down here. That's Crawford County, Illinois. That's tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds and $half size hail. That storm has a pretty strong mid-level meso as well. It's not really tornadic, but definitely a stronger storm. Still watching the supercell that produced a tornado earlier this evening back towards Hoopeston. It's near Perrysville now, here in Indiana. Doesn't really look threatening in terms of a tornado threat to me, though. C. Gray, I see you in the chat. I did not get a burger tonight. I've had so many Culver's burgers in the last month. So I decided to get their chicken tenders. I've never had their chicken tenders. They're actually pretty good. Yeah, they did tornado possible tag the Fowler and Oxford storm. I didn't see that. Good catch, Jared. I see you. Towards Chicagoland, we definitely could see a couple of cells fire off. I do agree with that assessment, mostly because of that boundary that Adrian and I were talking about and showing just a little bit ago. I'm making a mess. Absolutely love me my Culver's onion rings, man. Yeah, we do have 3 different supercells we have to pay attention to here. Really just north to south along the Indiana and Illinois border. These are the ones we're watching. Still a wind bag going on down here in southern Indiana as well. Yeah, the Butterburger is an all-time classic. I love Culver's. I just had so many of the burgers recently. I was like, you know what? Give me chicken tenders. I'm going to try and finish eating before things get active here because I think we might be getting pretty active soon. So bear with me. Got McAllister's for dinner. I like McAllister's. Nice old deli. Investigating on what? Oh. Mm-mm. I did not know. Whoops. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's no way they don't upgrade that to an EF3, I feel like. There are some interior walls that are down on some of those buildings, I believe. And those are well-constructed homes. We did just get a tornado warning put in place, by the way. Really rare moment here where where GR actually got the warning before my overlay. So we're gonna get an update, or a siren's gonna go off in a second, or not a siren, but like, you know what I mean. There it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we have a new tornado warning here in place. This is gonna be Crawford County, Illinois. These velocities have definitely, this was that mid-level mesocyclone that we were looking at earlier, and it's really cycled down towards Annapolis here, even a little bit. So definitely looking at a strong area of rotation on this storm. This is just south of Annapolis. I agree with you. I'm a little surprised they warned it on this exact frame, to be honest with you. Yeah. Yep. I agree with you fully. Yes. Now, this could easily put down a tornado in the next couple of minutes. So you definitely need to make sure that if you're out there in Crawford County, Illinois, that you're taking this one very seriously. Yeah. There's a lot of congestion in the area. So much other convection all over the place. Has anyone ever had In and Out? I had it once. I was pretty young though. That was the worst joke ever, Adrian. Yeah, the storm is definitely, I 100% agree, Adrian. The storm is 100% recycling. Still dangerous. Still could produce a tornado soon. I don't think it's going to put one down right this second. I think it needs a little more time. And some of that convection to the west, you're going to notice near like Yale or Willow Hill, there's some of that cumulus bubbling going on there. Any of that could act as a nudger to the RFD and help pinch that inflow and enhance that inflow a little bit. Now, that wouldn't last super long. Eventually, that would probably lead to the tornado occluding, but it could help squeeze one out for at least some period of time. Yeah. Yeah. I'm almost done eating. I apologize, guys. Hmm? Yeah, the Appleton tornado was preliminarily rated an EF2, so I'm told anyway. I think it's most likely going to end up being an EF3. Our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in southern Indiana crossing into Kentucky was lifted, by the way. So that was producing 70-mile-per-hour winds earlier. Would not shock me at all for that to happen again later on. But right now, just up to 60-mile-per-hour winds there. The storm that formerly produced a tornado is now near Newport, Indiana, or Kingman. Doesn't really look impressive at all in terms of any rotation. I know it's got that hook echo morphology to it, but nothing going on there really. I doubt it's even. It is tornado possible tagged still, but that warning's about to be lifted in just a few minutes. So that storm is beginning to weaken a lot more. The storm near Fowler that I was the most worried about, to be honest with you, is definitely going to need a recycle if it's going to do anything. Mm-hmm. Truth. The one near Rockford, by the way, is perhaps not latching onto that boundary, by the way. It almost looks like it just barely is trying to sneak away from that boundary. So if it does, that would most likely lead to it collapsing, which would be good. Or at least not being as strong, perhaps not collapsing instantly, but it wouldn't end up riding that boundary down to the south and taking advantage of the really favorable environment for a possible tornado. But this is still one to pay attention to. If it starts moving south along that boundary, we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that one. All right, back to our storm down here near Robinson. Still recycling here. But most certainly, if we were going to get a tornado, it would be right near Stoy and Robinson. Right in there, essentially. Oh, Mikey, I see you in the chat. Did you get home safe? Of course, Mikey was on this broadcast live earlier. Storm chasing out there in northwestern Indiana. Had a really stunning view of a shelf cloud that he was able to show us. Today or like the other day? No. Like intentionally? Grifter, good to see you in the chat. Mikey, if you're on the road, you best be parked or at a stoplight, bro. Don't be texting and driving. Could there be a tornado threat in Mukwonago or Eagle, Wisconsin tonight? Hopefully we will be good, but never want to let my guard down. Generally, I think you're going to be fine. I'm not really worried about Wisconsin. There is a very small threat that like a random storm like this could fire off and have some weird interaction to make it become tornadic. But really the most favorable environment is going to be down here towards Illinois and Indiana. I'm not really that worried about Wisconsin. If we were going to get anything tornadic in Wisconsin, it would definitely be in the southernmost parts of Wisconsin here. You're at the gas station. Good. All right, the storm near Robinson here might get itself going here pretty soon. It actually looks like it's just going to absorb this cell into the RFD almost. That's where you're located? We will. Again, I'm not terribly worried about for Wisconsin in general, but I'm not that. There is a risk. There is definitely a risk. What? Oh. Whoa. Whoa. That's crazy. I'm going to drop a link to this post in the chat. That is actually insane. This is a view of that wedge tornado rolling through Appleton earlier. That's insane. Oh, it's Uggo? Okay, I see. So Muck want to go? I gotcha. I don't know why I thought it was Ago. Bro. Ma'am. Okay, it looks like we just had a new radar scan. Let me take a look. Okay. I think we're going to be in a better spot here with this storm. I think. I think the next scan is really going to tell the whole story with this storm for whether or not it's going to continue to be a tornadic threat or not. What are you talking about? This? To the north of it. Oh. Like that? Okay. Yeah, it could be. Apparently, there's multiple tornado warnings in Canada right now. Give me a second. I can. Did I say Canada? I did not say Canada, did I? I thought I said. I'm sure I said Canada. Bro, you got me. Okay. I need this, and I need. Yeah. Okay. So in Canada right now, we do have a couple of tornado warnings in Saskatchewan. How do I do this again? There you go. Brilliant. Whoa. This one's got pretty interesting looking rotation here near Pelican Lake. It's some sort of prefrontal cell, it looks like, that we've got here. Yeah, definitely some sort of prefrontal cell going on. This one definitely looks like it's got solid rotation in there. Let me zoom. Yeah. Oh, that boundary might even just give it a boost because it's so far ahead. The boundary is from the storm. Yeah, this is definitely one we got to pay close attention to in Saskatchewan because this southern cell right here near Pelican Lake, that one looks pretty concerning to me. Apparently, there's 2 tornado warnings though. I thought you said, or is this maybe is 2 tornado warnings, and I have the edges smoothed or something, and I can't tell. That's probably what's happening. I don't know exactly what the other one's for. I guess it's for this, perhaps. Dude, I feel like a fish out of water trying to interpret Canadian radar imagery. It could be for this near Greg Lake, but I doubt it. I mean, I know they do them by the county, so it's probably just this storm here, closer to Meadow Lake, and then the one near Pelican Lake. Those look the most concerning to me. Again, we're still watching this line of storms that is kind of formulating here all the way from like St. Louis back through even Cincinnati. It's going to continue on this direction towards the south and southeast. Any of these storms that can cluster up like what you're seeing here towards Louisville and southwest of Cincinnati, that is going to be your area for major concern for that wind damage. All right, I'm going to check in on the storm that, the storm that formerly produced a tornado a long time ago is pretty much donezo now, which is good news. The one that we were watching near Oxford, now near Judyville and Williamsport, that one is becoming a lot more interesting to me. So that one is recycled, and it looks like it's just taking in everything around it very slowly. So that's going to be one to watch pretty closely here over the next maybe 30 minutes or so. Still the one that is tornado warned out here for Robinson. Actually, what in the world just happened? It just completely ingested that one little cumulus bubble that was near Oblong. It just completely ingested it. There's a new one training off from where that other one just came from. So over here, that one's firing off in the same place that this one just came from. But you'll notice that this updraft is just absorbing everything. If that trend continues, this could easily recycle and become, increasingly tornadic in the next 10 minutes or so. The warning has 11 minutes on it. Yep. All right. My food situation is resolved. I appreciate you bearing with me. Let me mute my mic while I wipe my mouse pad for a second. I feel like a chud with like Dorito and Cheeto crumbs like all over the place. Obviously, that's not what they're from, but. All right. Still watching the storm. Tornado warned down here in Crawford County, Illinois. As this one has 10 minutes remaining on that tornado warning and is just absorbing everything that it comes into contact with. If that trend continues, it definitely could become increasingly tornadic in a little while here. Mikey's drinking an energy drink. It's over. Time for Culver's to underwrite Monday evening shows. Yes. I need that. I need that in my life. No, Disney Fan 4, you're good. You're totally good. Echotops in northern Illinois. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on stuff. I know I missed a lot of messages. This storm really is concerning me here near Judyville. Getting echotops well above 50,000 feet now, consistently. Whoops. So a strong storm that's built up there. I'm going to check on the one on the boundary near Rockford. It doesn't look like it's really latching onto that boundary at all, which is fantastic news because if it did latch onto that boundary, it would have been very concerning. It looks to be a little bit of a nothing burger, which is good. Yeah, let me check on it. Yeah. It is slowly uptrending. I will say that the RFD looks slightly weaker, but yeah, this one is still concerning here. And again, if it can just absorb this last bit of cumulus here, it could easily become tornadic almost right away. I mean, yeah. I got a pretty beautiful photo to show really quick from Mikey Plemons. Just let me zoom out a little more so you can actually see that sun from, I guess, the Taco Bell parking lot. I'm kidding. Yeah, I don't think he's still at Taco Bell, but this is northern Indiana. And he's saying the supercell all the way in Illinois is creating those rays from God, essentially, those crepuscular rays, essentially. It's probably really hard to see. on the broadcast here, but essentially what is happening is you just have the sun, right, in some spot, and then you have clouds that have gaps in them, essentially. So, like, maybe something like this. And so you get sunlight beams that come through on this side, through the middle, and then through the back. And you get these three different rays that you can see far away, which is kind of what you're getting in this area and in this area. So that drawing just got really messy really quickly. But anyway, a beautiful photo there from Mikey. Appreciate you sending that to me. Yeah. All right, let's check in on the one near Williamsport. As it is pretty well organized, it just doesn't really have good inflow. I'm going to see if I can get METAR to load for me. I'm curious what the surface observations are looking like right now. Wow. Okay. 71 over 68. Okay. Like 70 over 70 in some areas. Near Champaign, 79 over 75. That's just west of here, where like a lot of this environment in central Illinois wasn't really tapped into, which is part of the reason it's still a concern if a random storm fired off in that area. But that's why I'm worried about the Rockford storm as well. Same deal near Rochelle, 86 over 79. In Rockford itself, by the way, 90 over 81, just west of there, 90 over 84 in Freeport. Juicy environment if anything happened, but I don't think anything's going to take advantage of that. Just south of our Robinson storm, by the way, 86 over 82. So still a pretty favorable environment here. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois that was for the Robinson storm. They upgraded that to include 70 mile per hour wind gusts, or actually they just shrunk it down. The new one is downstream, pardon me. The new one is downstream. That's for, again, the 70 mile per hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail. Interesting. That is very surprising. Sorry about that. That was probably a loud boom on stream there. I'm subbed. Thank you very much. Yeah, subscribing and liking is the number one way you can support the work that we do. So I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to both myself and the whole team. If we hit 2,000 subs before the end of the night, it would be insane. We're like less than 70 away, I think, or something like that. I think I was told that we're at 1.93K. I don't like to look while I'm broadcasting because I think it's kind of weird, but yeah, just west of Flat Rock here. Still watching this one pretty closely. I imagine this tornado warning is going to get shaved down here pretty soon well, actually, there's only 3 minutes remaining on it. So to be determined on whether or not we're just going to get a new warning or not entirely here. The downstream severe thunderstorm warning is tornado possible tagged, which leads me to believe they're not going to issue a new tornado warning on this storm, at least for the moment. But yeah, 3 minutes remain on that tornado warning west of Lafayette here in Indiana, near Williamsport. Still looking at this storm, trying to get itself organized. It's really struggling to do so. Just not really establishing any inflow. And then the one near Rockford, again, this is where the most favorable environment is really centered like right around this area in Chicago, or the greater Chicago area. So this storm is in a very favorable environment. It's just not staying along that boundary. So I think it's really going to struggle. But there is a little bit of very weak broad rotation near Poplar Grove. I don't like that laugh, Adrian. Something happened. All right, I'll just look at it myself then. Okay, you're good. Okay. What is even that, bro? Is that a sig tour or is that what is that? Ah. Last moments of satellite view. True. Sun is going down very soon here. These storms are really not moving fast. And, no, I'm talking. Sorry, I was talking about Canada. That was an out loud thought. I will say I was expecting all the storms today to be moving at around like 40 to 50 miles per hour. Most of them have not. They've been moving at like 35 pretty much the entire day. Some of them even slower than that. Yeah, yeah. You can always use infrared, Alan, like you said. But you do lose, obviously, visible satellite imagery. Huh. That tornado warning was just lifted, by the way. So it just needs lift. Let's see. What am I drinking? Melted hailstones? No, I'm drinking a Dr. Pepper. That probably sounds hilarious in the microphone. Drinking melted hailstones would be certainly a decision. You have no idea how much garbage is floating around in the air. Like literally, a hailstone starts when, or usually, not all hailstones start this way, but many of them start when water is able to freeze onto a lithometeor, which is some sort of particle suspended in the air. A lot of times, it can be pretty nasty stuff that it freezes onto. Whatever can act as the nucleus. Coke float. I mean, I'm a big ice cream enjoyer, so we did get a new large severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky, by the way. It's not far from Lexington. It's just going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds possible in there. Just a lot of stratiform rain and strong gusty winds in that whole area here. And again, this is the main concern for the night is all of these groups of storms, these clusters that start to build. Those are going to bring that risk for your 60, maybe 70 or 80 mile per hour winds at times. I was especially worried about an 80 mile per hour wind threat tonight when I looked at things this morning. And then it looks like my timing was a bit off as that all happened earlier today. That environment was used up a lot sooner. Yeah, snow is also gross to eat off the ground. I'd still do it though. I like orange soda and vanilla ice cream. It's an interesting combination. I don't know if I've ever heard of that exactly. Anybody doing that per se. Interesting. I had I had a thing I had to reach out to YouTube about, and they just emailed me back at 7:31 p.m. That was about a half hour ago on a Monday night. Shout out YouTube for hitting me back in the evening, even. Shout out Jane from the Google YouTube team. Yeah, yellow snow is just frozen lemonade. I'm not really understanding the issue here. All right, near Williamsport, the storm looks like it's getting a lot more organized here. So if that trend continues and we get some inflow established with this one, it's going to be one to watch. The original tornado producing cell is now near Rockville, completely collapsing. Still falling down and falling apart, which is great news. The formerly tornado warned cell that is now south of Robinson near Lawrenceville here in Illinois. That one is still kicking as well. It's still got rotation in there. It's tornado possible tagged. And it has absorbed all of that other cumulus that was nearby it. There's just some general stratiform precipitation, but no like larger cumulus bubbles like you're seeing over in this area, for example. So if it can organize itself now, this would be the time for it to potentially become tornadic. All right. Man, I'm just seeing so many images of a lot of this tornado damage, and it's devastating stuff. So again, no tornado warnings active on the map right now. Fantastic news. We are still watching the Williamsport storm here very closely as this one continues to try and redevelop. It's a fairly discrete supercell, and it's even got a little bit of a nudger on the backside here near Alvin and Judyville. So that is going to be one to pay close attention to. We're still hanging out with the one down here north of Princeton, due north of Evansville, near Vincennes and Lawrenceville. That one is bringing 70-mile-per-hour winds and maybe up to golf ball size hail. So that's another one we got to stay watching very closely. Whoa. Welcome back. I may have a crazy video to show you guys from Mikey here in just a minute, by the way. From earlier today. All right. Check this out. This is nuts. This is just a monstrous shelf cloud. Absolutely enormous shelf cloud here. Insane. This was a juicy cell down here. Crazy. Look at this like freeze frame right here about. You can see, I guess I need to. Yeah, okay, you can see it here now. You can see like some of that sun peeking through here on the left-hand side, it's just beautiful. Just really gorgeous. You look how, like, if you ever wonder how strong storms can be, and like, you see it on radar and you're just like, it's some pixels on a screen, but then you see it in person sometimes and you're like, my goodness. Look at, a beautiful sunset ongoing on the left-hand side, and then you look to the right-hand side and it's like doom and destruction is impending. Like, it looks insane. And this is obviously just a giant wall cloud that was producing some damaging wind. That was about it with this storm. It was just producing a lot of wind. This wasn't a super robust supercell. This wasn't like obviously it's not a hurricane. Like, I mean, this is crazy. This is the type of stuff you're looking at, with so many types of storms out here. And you get these beautiful views all the time too. And Mikey and Alan especially have gotten us a bunch of really, really nice shelf cloud views over the last couple of weeks. So shout out to Mikey Plemons, man. What a beautiful little clip that is. Absolutely love that. Apparently there's a snapped utility pole east of Alvin, Illinois. So that's the storm we've been worried about here near Williamsport. So apparently we had a snapped utility pole with this storm. So definitely producing some gusty winds in there at the very least with this storm. It's really just not that organized. Wow. Man, Andrew Griffiths and Tyler Haas got some crazy photos they dropped in our Discord server. That's unreal. I'm going to link the message in the chat here. I don't have their permission exactly to show this on air, but if you're in our Discord server, click on that link. It'll take you right to the message, and you can see like the fourth photo in there of that cell is unreal looking. That's beautiful. Wow. Some crazy hail being thrown in the general chat of our Discord as well. Lots of stuff goes on there. Definitely worth checking it out. You got the extra time. We should be getting the 1Z update here soon from the Storm Prediction Center. I don't know if we got it already, and I just can't see it yet. Hang on. Yes, we did get it. Okay, so that enhanced risk has been limited to just southern Indiana and a small part of Kentucky here. So it's about this region. Or like Lexington and Louisville, essentially. And they've limited down that tornado risk to just that area as well, which is kind of interesting to me given the storm that's northwest of Indianapolis right now, but it's really not organized at all. That is also where the wind and the wind risk is going to be as well. Everything really is in this circle that I have on the map. That's our number one area of concern by far. Yeah. Okay, I will say the one that is near Lawrenceville and Chauncey, Birds, Flat Rock, south of Robinson, the one that was tornado warned not long ago. That one is looking much more organized, and if it continues to ramp up here, you can watch that RFD starting to wrap up. You can watch the orientation here turn to be more angled like this. I go back in time and then I go forward in time. You'll watch those winds start to come around the backside. That storm is looking really organized here. Yeah. Could we possibly get a significant tornado on the East Coast tomorrow? I highly doubt it, but I wouldn't entirely rule it out, especially after how today went. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Adrian. I was a little surprised. Brilliant. I think today overperformed solely because Illinois was mentioned. Lore accurate Illinois in 2026. Yeah, me too. Yep. That's what I was just talking about right before you came back. I am really. Oh, actually, I didn't even see the latest radar scan. This is looking better. This looks like if it continues on the trend it's heading on, this storm is not far away from producing a tornado. Yeah. Yeah. Jared, I really appreciate that. Feel free to have him reach out to us on my website. We've got a contact page on there so they can send me an email and then I can get in touch with them. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This storm is definitely looking better. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Florida for Bay, Walton, and Washington counties. That's the PCB area. There is still one for the Tallahassee area as well. It's Jefferson, Leon, and Wacola counties, excuse me. Just strong winds with these storms. We have a larger line in central northern Nebraska going on right now. The beautiful, beautiful state of Nebraska. Rolling on through the Sand Hills, Brown, Cherry, and Keapaa counties in Nebraska here. This is headed east to west. Yeah, so some stronger storms definitely out here in Nebraska, our beloved. Obviously, the most concerning storm on the map right this second is 100% this one sitting here in southern Illinois near Lawrenceville. I will say that the latest scan doesn't look quite as amazing, but this one is definitely concerning. I'm going to have to keep you awake. Just took allergy meds. I don't know if I'm going to help with that. People keep saying my voice is soothing and puts them to sleep. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep you awake. Nebraska moment. Okay, latest reflectivity scan looks better. Let's see what that velocity scan is going to look like here in just a minute. We should be getting that in right about now. There it is. Okay, possibly a slight uptrend here. Yeah. Very, very slight, but I think we definitely had a slight uptrend here. And that the way the FFD of this storm is oriented is kind of helpful for this, to be honest with you. It's really helping guide that inflow cleanly into where it needs to go. Can I make a Nebraska chat on Discord that only talks about Nebraska? Maybe. My team's manager just got thrown out of the game against the D-backs. Huh. Let me finish mowing before it gets down to me. Well, you better go cut that grass then. If you just took meds that are going to put you to sleep. Yeah, this storm is definitely one we got to keep watching here. And over the next few minutes, we're most certainly going to be looking at this one probably continuing to uptrend at least. But most certainly going to be continuing to look at a wind and hail threat with it either way. Yeah, the FFD is a forward flank downdraft. So everyone talks about the rear flank downdraft, right? Which is what gets pulled around the updraft here. But your precipitation region includes this giant forward flank downdraft here that goes throughout this whole area. It's a mini cold front essentially. It's just the outflow of the storm more or less. Kind of looks like this. This is a really bad drawing. Doing my best. I am not an artiste. And this would be your rear flank downdraft, of course. Over here. So this is your RFD and that is your FFD. What'd you say, Adrian? Okay. 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 Bro. Oh, man. I will say that inflow looks like it has weakened a decent amount on this storm over the last couple of minutes. The RFD is still there for sure. I just think that inflow is weakened. The Cornhusker State is begging for mercy. Truth. Scott with the truth nuke. Had to fight the lawnmower belt this morning, but it got a new one. I win. Nice. Northern Indiana got hammered. Yeah, it absolutely did, Marcus. Good to see you in the chat tonight. This storm is very intriguing to me. Okay. Okay, on the latest scan, that inflow is coming back. So perhaps we just had a rogue scan in El Paso County, Colorado. This is near Colorado Springs here. A storm interacting with some sort of a boundary out here, not terribly far away from Pueblo and Colorado Springs. And this is just north of the Pueblo radar unit here. Interesting. Perhaps even a tiny bit of rotation along the, just based on an interaction with the boundary here. This is not rotation that would become tornadic, but a little bit of rotation might be possible in there. This storm is capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, some small hail in there as well. Everything else is Kentucky, Indiana, and Illinois right now. Everything else on the map. Our Florida severe thunderstorm warnings were lifted. Of course, we do still have flash flood warnings in various areas, including Maryland, Jersey, Utah, Arizona, Illinois, and Indiana as well. But severe weather, this is what we're looking at. This is what we got. It's mostly just this storm here near Lawrenceville. There's still a potential for the one back towards Williamsport or Crawfordsville. That one could still do something as well. And it looks like the one that's up near Rockford is just not going to do anything. It's just lacking instability. There's a little bit of weak rotation in there still. And then the one to the northwest of Indianapolis, that one really still has looked the best for a while, but it's just not organized at all. And it's just, I don't think it's going to do anything. Or it had looked the best for a while earlier, I should say. And now the one near Lawrenceville, that one's looking the best for right this minute and the last few minutes also. It's really struggling. It almost like needed that nudger that it had earlier, and it just absorbed all of that stuff. It almost kind of needs it to try and occlude that inflow just a little bit more to pinch it off and enhance the speed of that inflow here. As you do have quite the large region for your inflow. Omaha, Nebraska, perhaps. Fly City Fly, good to see you in the chat tonight. I don't think I've seen you yet. Timothy, to be fair, I have said it a handful of times. Yeah, still some stronger storms going on in Canada too. You'll see that tornado warning is still active that we had a while ago. This is all out here in Saskatchewan. Still some rotation in there for sure, especially near Chetek Lake. That's really it, though. I think. I still feel like a fish out of water when I'm reading Canadian radar imagery. Perhaps more rotation here near Pelican Lake still. The interesting thing is that I'm surprised those supercells from earlier didn't stay far out ahead. You'll notice they just got quickly absorbed back into that main line. So that's actually really, really cool imagery here. You can watch those supercells just getting yanked back on in as that outflow boundary from the main line of storms catches up to them. Really, really cool imagery there. Courtesy of Canada Weather, by the way. CanadaWx.com. Definitely give them a check for your Canadian weather needs. A good friend of ours is the one who produces, or develops, I should say, that wonderful platform. It's totally free to use online. Oh, okay. I got you with the Manning call. I got you. Omaha. I got you. Still watching this guy very closely. I still think this storm could become problematic here pretty soon. Again, this is out here in Lawrenceville, Illinois, for Lawrence County. Excuse me. Just died. Lawrence County, Illinois, near the town of Lawrenceville. This is right near the Indiana and Illinois border here, just due north of Evansville. Near Vincennes. And there's that tornado warning
has been issued.
We just got a tornado warning on this storm. So, new tornado warning in place here, Lawrence County, Illinois. It should show up in just a second on the map for us. Would this polygon show up, please? There we go. Yeah. It looked almost even better, the inflow did a couple scans ago. But it is there. It is very much there. I mean, you can literally see how it's supporting this notch just by the winds coming in. RFD coming around the backside, beginning to pinch off that inflow a little more. You're going to notice that like hook has really started to become a little more dramatic here over the last handful of scans. And that's a result of that RFD starting to wrap around the backside here. And it's occluding those winds here, or those inflow winds. And as a result, it's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. Those winds have to speed up. They don't have any choice. The laws of physics require them to speed up. The mass has to go somewhere. So. And again, this is just west of Lawrenceville, north of Bridgeport, Illinois. This is Lawrence County. We've got a tornado warning in effect here. It's going to last for, let's see, we got 45 minutes on it. It's headed down through Bridgeport and eventually towards St. Francisville, west of Billet. No. So again, this is a tornado warning in Illinois. If you're in this tornado warning polygon, areas like Lawrenceville, Bridgeport, Billet, St. Francisville, definitely make sure that you're getting yourself to a basement, interior-most room of a sturdy structure. Whatever you can do to put as much between you and a tornado as you can. That's crazy, Adrian. That's crazy. Unfortunate source, though. I will say this storm is not incredibly impressive looking to me right now. The RFD is kind of downtrended a decent amount. It looks a little less organized in that RFD, but hook's still very much there. You still have a rotating updraft nonetheless. I don't think there's any storm reports on this. Yeah, there are not. We do have a tornado warning in place here. Welcome back, Nancy. See. You can see that other cumulus bubble that's like just coming out of, what is that, Sumner? Right over here, and it's just kind of suffocating that inflow. This little cell that pops up right here and is now moving into your inflow region. I think that's the issue. I think that's why this storm is no longer getting its nutrients to grow big and strong. It's not eating its veggies anymore. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. You can also see that gust front is pretty far out ahead of your RFD here. Yeah. Yep. You can see it clear as day. So what you're going to notice here is where we have this area of CC, like a CC drop. Let me draw this a little better. Where you've got this CC drop, I'm going to circle it, right? And you're looking at your winds here. What you're going to notice is that the CC is a little bit further ahead of your reflectivity. So essentially what you're seeing here right now, those yellows and reds, where you saw those blues on your CC drop, it's pretty far out ahead of those yellows and reds that you see here now. And so what that's indicating alongside your velocities here, where you can see that gradient is right through the middle, what you're noticing here is that that inflow is being fully cut off. Your inflow is trying to come in here and it's just smacking into a brick wall. So that's the issue. That's why the storm has weakened here a little bit. This storm has historically just swallowed every single little cumulus bubble that has interacted with it, so it could still just absorb this and still become tornadic again in just a couple moments. For me, though, this doesn't pose any tornado threat right this second. It is hungry. If it's hungry, it shall eat. Tim Townsend, good to see you out there tonight. How you doing? I know you're staying safe down in Mississippi. Not a whole lot going on down there. Just hot and muggy. You just heard the sun scream? What does that mean? Yeah, okay, so the supercell that we were worried about that came out of the where was it at? Yeah, it was near like up here near Earl Park earlier, near Fowler. That one is really disorganized now and doesn't look like it's really going to pose much of a threat. It might still be tornado. Yeah, it's not tornado possible tagged. I didn't think it would be, but I was like, it might still be. If it were to recycle, though, it would be on this leading edge down here. That's where it would recycle. You can see we do have the very, very weak couplet. That's not really a tornado threat at all, but back into Rockford area, kind of between Rockford and Chicago now. That storm's actually training out a little bit, just still continuing to fire off more little cumulus bubbles behind it along that north to south oriented boundary here. So essentially just clouds are just continuing to rise right in that circle over and over again. And then as that cloud rises, it moves on down to the southeast. And then the next one rises and moves on down. The next one rises and moves on down. That is what storm training is, essentially. Yeah. Playing around, I understand. What'd I miss? Okay. Yeah, our Lawrenceville and Bridgeport storm is in fact just continuing to absorb every little cumulus bubble that shows up near it. So it could re-strengthen here very soon. That's, wow, just incredible drawing skills from me. It could easily strengthen here soon. You can see that RFD is still well established and your inflow region is still well established as well. If that inflow can really enhance, this storm will probably increase in intensity and become capable of producing a tornado yet again. It is still a pretty strong and tall storm. It lost its fruits and veggies there for a minute, but it's starting to get them back just a little bit. All right. Yes, fruits and veggies. The storms need fruits and veggies and to drink their milk to get big and strong. I'm losing it. I'm shameless, though. Yeah, I agree. But I am still a little worried about this storm near Bridgeport and Lawrenceville. It still could do something. I just think it's just going to continue to get smacked into by these little cumulus bubbles over and over again. And it's just going to stop it from really getting itself organized for a long enough period of time to actually produce a tornado. But it's definitely possible. This tornado warning still has 35 minutes remaining on it. I don't think anything else on the map is going to become tornadic, and I don't think we're going to be looking at a significant wind threat for like widespread areas like I was originally expecting. But I do think this cell moving through Kentucky could still pose a little bit of a wind threat, even as it moves out of that main region of concern. You can see it is getting a little bit of rear inflow jet action coming into it, starting to bow out. Kind of like this. And so as it comes down this direction, I will say some of that mass looks like it's starting to deplete a little bit. So if this storm is going to start to weaken, we could be looking at some downbursting going on, and then eventually that storm would dissipate. In fact, that might be what we're having right now. Where's the radar unit? What am I looking at? No, okay, that's not what's happening right now. But it is definitely possible that we get that happening later on. But you can see the very, very stark gradient here where you have some stronger winds starting to push on to the southwest. The same thing's going on here. It's just harder to see because you're further away from the radar. But those storms are all going to pose a concern for damaging winds as we go into the evening here. And this storm just north of Evansville near Lawrenceville in Illinois, still concerning as well for that tornado risk. Okay, sure. Ah, true. Okay, so Adrian has notified me of some beautiful outflow boundary highway accident we're about to watch. So you can see a couple of what did you think I was gonna say? You can see a couple of outflow boundaries set up here, and they're moving directly towards one another, and they're gonna smash face together. And we're just moments away from that happening. So this gap here is very, very small between these two different outflow boundaries coming in opposing directions here. Oh, man. Adrian, you're frying me tonight, dude. When you look at our velocities, by the way, it's pretty convenient that the Tedford radar, or the Thedford radar, I forgot they say the H. The Thedford radar is right where it is, because you can see how it's like literally perfectly oriented along the axis of the collision going on here, essentially for you to see these winds perfectly opposing each other in direction here. Really photogenic radar display going on right now. Some nerd stuff. You can see the outflow boundary really, really set up together very nicely here. Pima County, Arizona, we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning. A little stronger cell out here could produce some small hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible as well. And of course, our storm near Lawrenceville in Illinois, Lawrence County, that's still our number one concern on the map. It is our only tornado warning. We don't have any considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We're in a pretty good spot this evening. Yes. They did literally 3 minutes ago just shave this warning down a little bit. You can see here, they just shrunk it down a little bit more and opted to maintain it, at least for the moment. It does have 31 minutes remaining. Still watching the one out here west of Indianapolis. Yeah, it's just that one just not ever going to get organized. There's no way. That is just way too messy. If anything, we could be looking at a little bit of a windbag that could form with this one as it continues on down towards the south. So Still one that we got to pay attention to, just not one that you need to be particularly concerned about for a tornado threat. But it's going to move through some pretty populated areas here in Indiana eventually. Terre Haute eventually. It looks like that RFD is receding now. Yeah, that RFD is receding here. The rotation is still present. It's just pretty weak, and that RFD is beginning to recede as that inflow is once again being cut off by this next little cumulus bubble that is getting ingested right now into the main storm. So if it can survive that, it's going to try and recycle again and try and become tornadic again. But to be determined on whether or not that's going to happen. Most likely it will not become tornadic. It might still recycle and try again, but I doubt it's going to put down a tornado at any point here tonight. It still could, though. Yeah, I'll play through the whole radar loop once it happens. Mikey, this is meteorology. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, we're about to watch two outflow boundaries collide at highway speeds. This is meteorology. Anyway, again, we're still watching the supercell out here, though. It is still a semi-discrete supercell in a pretty favorably sheared, or a very well sheared environment, I should say. Literally, you can see how organized the flow is. There isn't a ton of turning with height, but there's a lot of speed shear with height. So you're watching all these winds just getting blasted down to the southeast here at the upper levels. And that trend will obviously continue as you go up in the tilt angles here. You'll notice same thing. All that mass just getting transported down towards the southeast. Whoop, just like that. I have no shame. Storms headed to your location in a few hours. Make sure that you stay safe with those. This is odd. The latest radar scan is interesting. I don't know if we are reestablishing inflow or what we're doing. We don't have the latest velocity scan in just yet. There it is. Okay, still weakening here. So this tornado warning, will probably be allowed to continue for just a little bit longer. It wouldn't shock me to see them cancel it at any point really here. This is not the most concerning setup at this point. Throughout the rest of the night. Should I go check in on the Nebraska storms? Or the Nebraska outflow boundary collision? I can give it more time. So we have a nice loop to look at. All right. Yeah, just none of these storms getting organized, which is fantastic news, by the way. Um, Definitely interesting to see, though, as honestly, I expected things to be more organized than they have been. Still a lot of stratiform rain throughout Kentucky and southern Indiana, though. This whole area could be experiencing a bunch of just stratiform rain showers. Still looking at a little bit of a windbag through Lexington, surrounding areas as well out here in central Kentucky. Whoops, I did not mean to jump to Arizona. Okay. Possibly trying to reestablish itself here. I mean, it's just not very impressive. It looks like a seahorse. The more and more the area of inflow begins to seep like back around the storm to the top of it, essentially to the northern part of the storm, the less likely it is that this will become tornadic. Like you'll remember earlier, that inflow region looked a little more something like this, for example, or maybe like the storm was more oriented like this, and then you had that inflow notch like over there. Whereas now it's more tilted like upwards, like you see now. And that north to south orientation is really going to hurt this cell in terms of trying to establish inflow. It's like that updraft is kind of lagging behind the storm here. What is going on in my chat right now? What are we doing? Pause. Okay, latest radar scan is in again, and I just really am not a believer in this storm anymore at any point. I don't think we're going to really have any type of a threat for a tornado with this one. I would not be shocked at all to see that tornado warning get lifted at any point here. Now, as you guys know, I usually stay on air until like 11 p.m. or midnight a lot of the time. Today will probably not be one of those days. We'll stay on air through this tornado warning for sure, and then at least a little bit after. But I do leave for Scotland tomorrow, and I have quite a lot to do between now and then. So I can't stay up super, super late broadcasting tonight. Yeah, you do have an inflow notch in the storm, but you'll notice like your velocities are really, really, really weak. Even when you're looking at your base velocity and not your storm relative, it's just really, really, really weak. It's there, it's just super weak. Personal, not a professional trip to Scotland. Maybe once upon a time you could have called it professional. I got you, Jared. A lot of lightning showing up on the bottom left camera, by the way. We're going to get that new velocity scan. There it is. Yeah, still pretty pathetic here. I'm not going to lie. I would just probably cancel this tornado warning. I don't think you need to have the sirens going off for the next 20 minutes with the storm. It's pretty much a nothing burger here. I will say it's the most discreet right now that it has been in quite a while, but um, you'll notice that updraft is really starting to get lagged behind and pulled to the northern part of the storm versus being out west of the storm. And as a result, this storm is really going to struggle to do anything at all. Yes, thank you guys for the well wishes. I'm super excited for Scotland. It'll be a lot of fun. Right after that, I get back on the 3rd. Then on the 4th, I'm driving down 7 hours to Starkville to move into my new apartment and start my master's. And then I'll be back in action with full coverage starting around like the 6th or so. Probably by the 8th. I mean, definitely by the 8th. I move into Starkville on the 4th and 5th. It's like a Wednesday, I think. I don't know. You got a phone. It's a Tuesday and Wednesday. Should I be concerned in Central Kentucky for tonight? You should be worried about a little bit of a wind threat in Central Kentucky, but not anything like a crazy tornado threat. It's possible you get a really weird spin-up tornado. If you did, it wouldn't be anything super strong. But in general, I'm not terribly worried about anything except a wind threat here. Just a little bit of a wind bag rolling through Central Kentucky. Yeah, I'm very excited for the fall. It'll be really one of my last semesters actually being in a classroom for the most part, like consistently anyway. As like when you do your master's, you don't really do a whole lot of actual classes a lot of the time that are in person. Obviously, I'm doing a thesis, so there's that. But like after my first year of grad school, which is obviously this year, I won't have any classes at all. So this first semester, I'll have a few normal ones, but not nearly as much as when I was in undergrad. And then the second semester in the spring, I'll have a couple of classes, mostly online stuff. So not stuff that I'm there in the classroom for. And then my second year, I'm just doing my thesis. Like I won't have any classes at all, really. If all the MSU Mets come to my apartment and crash the stream, I'm locking the door. I am not letting you in. Christine, good night. Thank you so much for the well wishes. And thank you for tuning in tonight. Go more west in Kentucky. Just west of Louisville. West of Louisville? So in like in Indiana, or you mean maybe you mean east of Louisville? If you mean more like further west of where this windbag is going to be at, if you mean like this region, you're not really in much of a concern at all. Maybe a couple of stray thunderstorms might show up in your area later on in the evening, but like into the later hours. But I'm not really worried about anything for you. Yeah, I don't need the I don't need the on-air sign, although maybe I will if everyone's just gonna show up. But I'm just locking the door. They're not getting in. Take a rain jacket. Yeah, it'll be pretty rainy and slightly chillier in Scotland than it is here, at least, because it was 126 heat index here in St. Louis yesterday, which was ridiculous. Meade, Kentucky. Med. Well, I say med, or I guess maybe med, because there's a town called Medville in Mississippi that looks like it should be pronounced Meadville, and it's not. Okay. Am I blind? Yeah. Anyway, this direction, I'm not really worried about anything significant. Like I said, maybe a couple of stray storms headed your way. This tornadic storm will not be tornadic by the time it makes its way into Kentucky. So I'm not terribly worried about it. Not a whole lot to worry about out in Kentucky tonight. Thank you for the well wishes, just here 120. I am super excited for the trip. I'll update you guys often. Scott, that's actually diabolical. That is actually diabolical. I'm going to be part of the Bulldogs in Starkville. I just graduated from there, and I am starting my master's there in like 3 weeks. So I have been a Bulldog for 4 years and will continue to be for the next 2 years. Does broadcasting this YouTube live stream count as academic credit? No, it does not. Scott, that's actually diabolical. Adrian, I don't know if you saw what he said. So funny. I mean, it's not funny. Did you really just... Are you a real human being, Adrian? All right. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why this tornado warning is still on the map. It has 14 minutes remaining. It really doesn't need to be there. I don't really think there's a significant, like a concerning severe. There it goes. And it's been lifted. Okay. So no tornado warnings on the map. There's literally a whole lot of nothing going on right now. Whole lot of nothing. But we do still have a wind bag in Kentucky for sure. It's not a crazy wind bag. It's just maybe 60-mile-per-hour gusts. It wouldn't blow my mind to see it get up to a 70-mile-per-hour gust. Maybe later on if it uptrends a little bit. Right now, it's definitely not capable of that, though. So no longer any tornado warnings on the map, and I think our tornado threat for the night is over. So that is good news. We got away from the evening with like one tornado that was very brief. The only actual tornadic action was in the morning out in Wisconsin. Good night, Nancy and Tom. People still without power? Yeah, I would imagine there's still a lot of folks without power. All right. Given that our severe weather threat is really just entirely gone tonight, we may go ahead and end the broadcast here, to be honest with you. There's really nothing that needs to be covered. So I think we're going to go ahead and end off the broadcast. But I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in over the last like month and a half. Obviously, I'm only going to be gone for like a week and a couple days. And then I'm going to be back in full force, covering literally all the weather all the time. Winter weather, fire weather, tropical weather, severe weather, obviously. We're going to be covering everything going forward from, like August 7th or something like that, whenever I get back and am available to. So if you want to, subscribing and liking, the number one way to support the work that we do. So I'm very, very grateful for all of the support. It's been really an incredible start. This is our first like little break that we're taking, I guess, for a week here. So everybody stay safe tonight, and don't forget about us over the next 10 days. Make sure that you stay with somebody that you trust to get good weather information to you. There's a lot of other good creators. There's a lot of good local broadcast media that exist out there. So just make sure that you have a good way to receive weather information. Have your phone turned on, like with EAS alerts notified, so that you get notifications if you're under a tornado warning or something. Do all the little things right, and good things will happen. So again, thank you guys so much for tuning in and for all the support over this first month and a half. And I can't wait to see what we accomplish when I get back. So I'll see you guys when I'm back from Scotland. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you soon.